Chapter 1. As the plane descended through the clouds, Cancun, Mexico appeared in the distance. The densely populated city would offer us a vacation filled with relaxation, sandy beaches, hot sun, and cool fruity drinks once we reached the beach resort. The plane landed smoothly, and we hurried out to the front of the airport where our transportation would pick us up. As the warm air engulfed us, I relaxed and inhaled deeply. Just a hint of humid sea air, but enough to create butterflies of excitement in my belly. While we searched for our ride, I took in the chaos around us. Taxi drivers screaming, trying to entice tourists into their cabs. Tourists looking around wide-eyed, attempting to figure out where they should go. A long line formed at the margarita stand, while loud music pumped from the speakers above. Over there. Jordan pointed to a man wearing a white shirt with black pants holding a sign reading, Jordan Branson, Sam Jones. "Oh good," I said, wiping my brow. Although I appreciated the heavy humidity, I had begun to sweat. That, I didn't appreciate in the slightest. I smiled as we approached. "Mr. Branson?" Jordan and I nodded as the man smiled, the area around his eyes crinkling. "We have your van ready to take you to the resort," he said in a heavy accent. "Please follow me." We trailed him through the crowd. A moment later, he opened the door to the van. Although I appreciated the warm sea air, the blast of air conditioning felt nice on my sweaty skin. The ride to the hotel took about a half hour. Jordan chatted with the driver, while I sipped the cool bottled water provided and stared out the window at the palm trees, green grass and cars zipping in and out of traffic as we drove through the city. Although the flight had only been 4 hours, exhaustion tugged at me. Good thing we were in a place that demanded relaxation. When we pulled up to the hotel, a bellman opened the door for me, took my hand, and greeted me with a grin while assisting me out of the van. "Welcome to our resort," he said. "Please feel free to ask us any question you may have. Our staff all excels at English, and we are happy to answer your questions or direct you around the resort." I glanced around the open-air lobby, its shiny stone floor gleaming. In a flurry of activity, our luggage was pulled from the van, then we were handed cool towels lightly scented with cucumber and lemon, and led through the lobby and past the front desk to our check-in station in a different tower of the hotel, the Club Tower. As our guide prattled on about the resort, I took in the views. A deep blue pool surrounded by bodies lay at the bottom of the stairs, while the ocean and a white sandy beach beckoned just beyond it. "That's so beautiful," Jordan said, planting a kiss on my cheek. "Almost as pretty as you. I can't wait to relax." My exact thoughts. Gratitude washed through me as we made our way through the resort. It hadn't been that long ago when my life as a soap opera actress had gone up in flames, both literally and figuratively. My husband at the time had embezzled millions from the Hollywood elite and been murdered for it. I'd been blacklisted from Hollywood and ended up penniless in the small mountain town of Haywood, Arizona, where I had tried to live a life of anonymity. When the money I'd made during my soap opera years had been returned to me, Jordan and I had decided to travel. From what I'd seen so far, this amazing resort was exactly what we needed. When we reached the Club Tower, we were offered refreshments. Jordan grabbed a beer while I took a lemon water, and we sat down across from a lovely woman with high cheekbones and jet black hair named Selma. The check-in process went quickly, but I became quite rattled when a bald man wearing white-framed glasses approached and said, "Ms. Rathbone, it's so wonderful to have you stay with us." Rathbone. My Hollywood name that I never used anymore. I always went by Sam Jones. "We'll be upgrading Ms. Rathbone and her guest to the presidential suite," he continued. That's not necessary," I stuttered. How do you know me?" He gave Selma a small nudge. She stood and he quickly took her place behind the desk. "I lived in the States for a number of years," he said as he typed away on his computer, his thick Mexican accent rolling off his tongue. Short and bald, he wore white-framed glasses that matched his perfect teeth as he smiled. His name tag read Caesar. "You were a fixture every afternoon in our house. My wife used to be a fan." I shook my head. Such a small world. I'd be happy to sign an autograph for her, I said. It's a nice gesture, but we're divorced now. She's still living stateside and we don't speak. I'm much happier here in my home country, and she's much happier without me there. I traded glances with Jordan. How exactly did one respond to such a comment? We waited in silence for a couple minutes, then Caesar grinned again. Let me accompany you to the presidential suite. I wouldn't argue with the upgrade. I'd pick the 5-star resort, so we could have a fine experience. Apparently, things were about to get much fancier than I'd anticipated. Thanks so much, I said as Caesar rounded the desk and led us to the elevator. Our footsteps echoed on the travertine tile, as I glanced over my shoulder at the inviting blue pool and lounge chairs. I couldn't wait to relax. The elevator doors opened, and we followed him inside. Surrounded by mirrors, I took in my reflection. My salt and pepper curls had quickly gone to frizz in the Cancun humidity. Jordan laid his hand reassuringly at my back, as if he was aware of my insecurities. He knew my past as a daytime television Hollywood starlet had left me with some serious uncertainties about my looks. I loved my life free of Botox and fillers, but every now and then the panic of aging I'd experienced while in Hollywood resurfaced. I didn't see the presidential suite as an option when I booked, I said, running my hand over my hair. It's not advertised. We save it for special guests such as you, Ms. Rathbone. Caesar fished a card from his pants pocket and waved it over the top portion of the numbered panel. You will have my direct number, so if there's anything I can do for you, please call. The door slid closed, and the elevator gave a slight lurch upward. This is the only elevator that will take you to your room, he said. None of the others will. You'll need your keycard to reach your room, and you'll swipe it over the special reader just as I've done. Jordan nodded. When will we get the cards? I have them right here in my pocket. When the panels separated and the elevator dinged, I noted we were on the 5th floor. The loud voices caught my attention before the doors parted. 2 housekeepers stood before us with their cleaning cart between them. One short and round, the other tall and thin. Both wore the gray and white uniform. Both had their black-as-night hair pulled tightly into a bun on top of their head. I didn't understand a lot of what they said, but I did catch the word limpiar, meaning to clean. By the tone of their voices and their body language, they were in a heated argument. Caesar's eyes widened, and he stepped out of the elevator. Speaking in a low voice, he caught the attention of the 2 women. Both quieted, and their gazes slid to the floor while they nodded at his words. Turning back to us, he smiled and stepped back into the elevator. I'm sorry about that, he said. They should know better than to air their differences at work. He shot them a glare while the doors closed. Especially when Malina has just received a promotion. The rest of the ride sped by without incident, and the argument we'd witnessed quickly fled my memory. What would we find in the presidential suite? How nice would it be? A shiver of excitement traveled down my spine as the elevator crawled upward. When the doors opened again, my breath caught in my throat. Here we are, Caesar said. Let me give you a tour. The elevator had opened directly into the suite. White tile floors gleamed beneath our feet. A huge snowy-colored U-shaped couch with bright red, yellow, and blue throw pillows looked inviting and comfortable. But the view is what held my attention. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the Caribbean Ocean in all its magnificent colors of greens and blues. Heavy white clouds hung in the distant horizon. That's gorgeous, I whispered. Is there a door leading to the balcony? Of course. Caesar led us around the corner to the door. Please take a look, and when you're ready, I'll show you the rest of the suite. Jordan and I stepped outside. A light breeze cooled my warm skin while the sound of ocean waves hitting the rocks below soothed my soul. The ocean seemed to stretch forever. He wrapped his arms around me as we stood in silence. I never imagined I'd be in a place like this, he whispered. Thank you for dragging me along. Of course, I said, chuckling. I'm so glad we're able to be here together. When I moved to Haywood, Jordan and I had become friends, and later a couple, and I was quite happy. In fact, I was considering asking him to marry me, but just the thought of it made me feel sick. My first and only marriage hadn't gone well, and ended up with me losing everything, including my dignity and career. I didn't want to chance anything ruining my relationship with Jordan. A room at one of Cancun's most prestigious hotels was one of the larger adventures we had planned. I hadn't counted on the presidential suite, though. I would forever be grateful for the opportunity to witness the amazing views. "Please notice the hot tub," Caesar said excitedly from the doorway. "You can call your butler to help you turn it on, or if you prefer, I can show you." Even with the ocean breeze, I couldn't imagine a hot tub being comfortable in the heat. "We'll call if we decide to use it," I said. "Come. Let me show you the rest of the suite," he urged. I took another deep breath and closed my eyes. I was ready for the beach, but Caesar wanted to continue the tour. I wouldn't bite the hand that had fed me, or I should say gifted us this remarkable experience. We slowly walked through the 3-bedroom suite, complete with a kitchenette if we decided to cook, which we wouldn't. Why would we bother when we were at an all-inclusive resort? Everything we could possibly want was at our fingertips. Taupe walls featured brightly colored Mayan art. A white brick gas fireplace stood in the middle of the living room. Another balcony off the master bedroom. I noted our suitcases had already been delivered and sat neatly tucked away on the luggage rack inside the closet. Overall, it felt silly to have such a large space for just the two of us, but I wouldn't shy away from such a luxurious upgrade. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" Caesar asked. I glanced over at Jordan, and he shook his head. "I don't think so," he said. After linking my arm in his, I said, "I'm ready for the beach." "Very well then," Caesar said, smiling. "I shall leave you to it." We followed him to the elevator doors. When they opened, he stepped inside. "I'm at your service. Thank you for choosing to stay at our hotel." The doors closed and I turned to Jordan. "Are you up for the beach?" "Sure," he said, studying the elevator. "I don't like that this opens directly into our room, though." "Well, remember, no one can get up here," I replied. "They have to have the special key." As a former cop, he always studied each situation and evaluated the safety element. It was second nature to him. Sometimes it drove me crazy, like now. "How many people do you think have that special key, though?" "I have no idea, but I'm not going to worry about it," I replied. "This is a 5-star resort. We're in the presidential suite. I feel very secure. What in the world could possibly happen? 5-star resort or not, access control is only as good as the people running it. Jordan, can we please try to enjoy this? Not everyone is a thief or killer, especially at a resort like this." He nodded, then glanced around the living room. "Did we get our keys?" "Yes," I answered with a sigh. Caesar placed them on the dining room table. "Should we get changed?" "I rented us a beach cabana for the afternoon." "Heck yes," Jordan said, thankfully forgetting about his security worries. "Sun and sand, here we come." Chapter 2. We spent the afternoon at the beach, with gentle waves lapping on the white sand. Our thatched roof cabana offered us protection from the sun, which I appreciated. The waiter, Luis, brought us cool fruity drinks and delicious food, and I wondered if we'd even need to go to dinner. Seagulls called in the distance, while pelicans dove from the skies to catch their prey and join the humans for a swim. We read our books and chatted quietly, while people watching. A kid building a sandcastle. A young woman posing on the beach while her friend took pictures. An older couple holding hands as they walked along the shoreline. Our fellow humans enjoying the day in their own ways as much as us. "I'm glad we didn't grow up in a time where we lived every minute of our lives trying to catch the perfect social media post," Jordan said as we watched the 2 young women pose, flip their hair around and smile. "Me too," I replied and sipped my strawberry drink. "A different time. Personally, I feel it's kind of sad." We've been watching them for 20 minutes now, and all they keep doing is posing, taking pictures, then checking those pictures and take more. They could be kayaking, reading, swimming, but instead they're consumed by their phones. Jordan shook his head. It's just the way it is now. They seem happy though, and I guess that's all that matters. I wondered about that. Would people be happier without their world revolving around the rectangular device? I'd never come up with a definitive answer. Phones sure made our lives easier, but sometimes it felt as if we were slaves to them. Let's go enjoy ourselves and get in that beautiful water, I said. As I bobbed around in the calm sea, little white fish swam around my legs, their bodies looking as if they were encrusted in crystals as the sun's rays sparkled off them. This feels so good, Jordan said, then he went under. When he reappeared, he sighed heavily. I don't remember the last time I was this relaxed. Me neither, I replied. The afternoon passed by in a flash. An ocean breeze cooled us when we weren't in the crystal-clear waves. Before we knew it, the sun was slowly making its way down the horizon, resembling a red fireball in the sky. A few moments later, Luis approached us. The beach is closing now and I'm heading home, he said. I hope you two have a great night. Jordan reached into our bag and fished out some money for a tip. Thanks for taking such good care of us, he said, handing the waiter the bills. Thank you, senor, Luis said, his face lighting up. Will you be back tomorrow? Jordan turned to me, and I nodded. We've got the same cabana rented. Excelente, Luis said. I'll see you tomorrow. After packing up our books and suntan lotion into my beach bag, we walked back to the hotel, hand in hand. My limbs felt heavy from the drinks and relaxation. It was going to be a great week. We stepped into the elevator, and Jordan swiped our special card over the reader. The elevator lurched upward. What do you think we should do for dinner? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know. I'm pretty beat. Maybe we should just get some room service? That sounds great. I laid my head against his shoulder. I'm tired too. Being this relaxed in such an amazing place can do that to a person. When the doors opened to our suite, we stepped inside. The view once again caught my attention, and I immediately headed toward the glass walls to take in the rest of the sunset. But then I gasped as we rounded the corner to the living room. A cleaning cart had been tipped over. Red spots were splattered over the once pristine couch and floor. Jordan cursed. On the floor, lying in a pool of blood, we found a housekeeper, her blank gaze staring up at the ceiling. Jordan hurried to her and made a valiant effort at CPR, but she was gone. We called Caesar, who quickly arrived. Oh my goodness, he whispered. This is not good. We must keep this quiet. No one else can know. Maybe we should wait in the lobby, I suggested, my voice cracking as tears welled in my eyes, feeling sick to my stomach. Absolutely not. You cannot leave and be around other guests. You must sit. He pointed at the dining room table. I stared at him as he fished his phone out of his pocket and called the police. Obviously, he was more concerned about us gossiping and the hotel's reputation than the dead woman. After pouring myself a glass of wine, I sat at the dining room table facing the windows. The ocean was barely visible in the fading sunlight. The beginnings of the gorgeous sunset we'd witnessed just a while ago, and the nightfall it was bringing now seemed ominous. The darkness brought dread, and it settled around me, almost to the point where my chest felt tight and my breath came in short spurts. I wiped my sweaty brow. Maybe the air conditioner needed to be turned down. I couldn't bear to look into the living room. Unfortunately, I'd found dead bodies before. I'd been involved in a lot of murder investigations, so I knew what was coming. Questions, lots and lots of questions. Maybe a few accusations since the body was found in our room. Finding a woman dead was bad enough. Even worse was that I thought I recognized her. She'd been the heavier housekeeper who'd been arguing with the thin one when we'd first arrived. For a brief moment, I held out hope that she'd somehow tripped, fell into the gas fireplace, and took the cleaning cart with her. However, I quickly realized that hadn't been the case. There wasn't any blood on the hearth. The corners remained pristine white. No, someone had attacked Milena and hit her over the head with the lamp on the floor beside her. It was the only thing that made sense. "The police have instructed us to stay put for now," Caesar said. He took the seat to the right of me. Apparently, he didn't want a full view of the living room either. "They are already on site. They should be here soon. They are coming up through the service elevator, so as not to disturb our other guests." More likely, the hotel didn't want guests to know a murder had occurred. Why ruin everyone's vacation? Why draw attention to such an awful event? Keep them eating and drinking, blissfully unaware of the horrible problem in the presidential suite. "Was that Malina?" I asked, nodding toward the living room. Furrowing his brow, he nodded. "Yes." "She was in a heated argument when we first arrived," I said. "Remember?" "You're right," he replied. "She was fighting with another housekeeper, Camilla. I was horrified you had to witness their unacceptable behavior." "Can you tell us what they were saying?" Jordan asked. He sat to my left, also nursing a drink. "Scotch, if my senses hadn't failed me." Caesar hesitated for a brief moment, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to share the conversation we'd overheard. Perhaps it was because the silence had become unbearably uncomfortable, but he acquiesced. Malina had just been promoted to management, which meant she was responsible for the housekeepers under her. She inspects each room after they complete a cleaning. Camilla hadn't done her job properly, and Malina was telling her to go back and make some changes. Camilla didn't like Malina telling her what to do. "Could that possibly be a reason to kill someone?" I asked. "It seems a little silly." Neither man replied, but the answer was obvious. People had been murdered for less. Moments later, the elevator doors opened. The three of us turned to see who had entered. Two men in black police uniforms walked in, and Caesar stood to greet them. After quick handshakes, Caesar pointed to the body, then to us, all the while speaking rapid Spanish. I might have recognized a word or two if someone spoke slowly, but I could only hope he was telling them the version of events Jordan and I had shared. While the police asked him questions, their gazes drifted toward Jordan and me every now and then. "I think we should get some legal counsel," Jordan whispered. "Do you understand what they're saying?" I asked. He shook his head. "That's what worries me, and why I think we should get legal counsel." The elevator door parted again, and another man strode in carrying a leather binder. Instead of a uniform, he wore black pants and a white polo. His hair had been combed straight back and shone with gel. He nodded and gave us a slight smile, then turned to his men and Caesar. While speaking, he pointed to the body, then the elevator. I had no idea what was being said, but I could tell by his tone of voice and everyone's deference that this man was the one in charge. Caesar nodded and left the suite. More Spanish between the uniformed cops and the new guy. I turned away from them, took a few deep breaths and sipped my wine while camera flashes burst in the window reflection. A few moments later, the new guy came into my view and took a seat across the table. "Good evening," he said in English while smiling. "My name's Detective Manuel Chavez. I'm sorry this has happened on your vacation, but I'm glad I was on the property working on another case so I could get here quickly." I was pleasantly surprised that his English was so good, despite the heavy accent. "Another case?" I asked. "I hope it's not a murder." He chuckled and shook his head. "Thankfully, no. A potential robbery, but we're cracking down on that. Now let's get back to the business at hand." "Well, we'd like to get out of here as soon as possible, so please, let us know what we can do to help," Jordan said. "Let's start with your name, sir." "I'm Jordan Branson," he replied. "This is Samantha Jones." I found it odd that he was asking for our names. Surely the hotel had provided the information. "It's nice to meet both of you. Now, can you tell me about your afternoon? Where you've been? What have you been doing?" Jordan launched into a recap of our day, even providing what drinks we'd had and in what order. I was impressed with his attention to detail. I certainly didn't remember we had the margarita before the mojito, and the chicken tenders we'd snacked on came with both ranch and habanero sauce. Did you know the deceased? Chavez asked. We saw her fighting with someone named Camilla on our way up to the room when we first arrived, I said. We were told it was a disagreement about job performance. Yes, I have men going to speak to Camilla now. Now, Ms. Jones, do you agree with Mr. Branson's version of what you've done today? I nodded. He used to be a cop, so he remembers details better than I do, but it sounded right to me. Ah, you used to be police? Detective Chavez's face lit up. But no longer? Yes, that's correct. I spent time in Chicago, and then in a small town in Arizona. Quite a few years on the force. Then you know how difficult a murder investigation can be. Jordan nodded, then leaned forward as if he were going to share a big secret. I imagine that here in Mexico, it's even harder with the cartels lurking in the shadows. His smile faded. That's correct, sir. Although the hotels try to weed out cartel connections when hiring, it's not always possible. The cartels will sometimes force people to break the laws on hotel property by threatening their family. It may be to sell drugs, or even bribe management to buy liquor from cartel-owned suppliers. He sighed. It's an ugly business. I took another sip of wine, my anxiety rising by the minute. I'd never considered cartel involvement. Do you think this is a cartel hit? Jordan asked. The detective shrugged. It's a little early to tell. There are some rumblings that she had a boyfriend, who may have been a low member of a cartel, but right now that's all hearsay. I heard the elevator doors open again, but I didn't turn around. The sun had set, and I could see all the happenings in my room through the reflection on the windows. Another man pushing a gurney had arrived to take away the body. Apparently, the uniformed police had finished taking their photos and were now taking notes. Look, I'm not trying to overstep boundaries here, Jordan said. But I've got a lot of experience solving murders, and so does Sam. Detective Chavez arched an eyebrow in my direction. Really? How interesting. What I'm saying is that if you need help, we're here, Jordan said. As Chavez leaned back in his chair, he stared at the table for a long moment. I hoped he'd tell us to get on a plane and go home. A murder investigation was the last thing I wanted to deal with, and frankly, I was a little irritated with Jordan for volunteering us. We didn't speak the language, we didn't know the laws. We were here to soak up the sun and squish sand between our toes. Besides, it seemed like we'd be far more of a hindrance than help with the language barrier. I'll keep that under consideration, Chavez said. The gurney was wheeled out just as Caesar returned. He hurried over to us and sat next to Chavez, placing his keycard on the table in front of him. Chavez glanced over at him. Caesar, these two will need a new room. They can't stay here. Of course, he stammered, pushing his white-framed glasses up his nose, his hands trembling. The situation had obviously rattled him. That's understandable, I muttered. Not that I wanted to sleep anywhere near the presidential suite. I'd really just like to head to the airport and go home. Chavez and Caesar traded glances, then the former shook his head. Not possible, Ms. Jones. We'll need you to stick around for a few days at minimum. You'll have to turn over your passports to Caesar, and he will keep them safe for you. Why? I asked. Are we suspects or something? Chavez smiled. I assumed the grin was supposed to be friendly, but as it slid across his face, a chill ran down my spine. If you have the experience in solving murder cases that Mr. Branson says you do, then you should know that everyone's a suspect, until they aren't. On how they were going to set up Jordan and me to take the fall. Caesar led us to our new room while Chavez continued on to the lobby, which I found strange since the murder had taken place upstairs, but I wasn't going to question the cop. Oh darn, Caesar said as he pulled the keycards out of his pocket. I seem to have left my master key upstairs. He handed us 2 keys. Here you go. I must return to the suite. As he hurried away, we opened the door. Our new room was on the 2nd floor, and about as big as the dining area in the presidential suite. We had 1 king-size bed instead of 3 bedrooms. Our balcony stood about 10 feet across, instead of the wraparound we'd just left. I found the coziness and simplicity comforting. Jordan and I sat out on the balcony staring into the dark night, our nerves too jangled to rest. The waves crashing against the rocks below us sounded ominous, instead of relaxing as they had earlier in the day. I don't like what he said, Jordan, I muttered. What do you mean? That everyone's a suspect until they aren't. Well, I understand how that could make you uncomfortable, but we have no motive. We weren't anywhere near the hotel room, and there's no evidence against us. I don't think we have anything to worry about. I shook my head. Maybe you were right. Maybe we should hire some legal counsel. Let's see how this plays out, he said. The more I think about it, the more I believe we're in the clear. On the way out of the room, I noticed a name tag on the floor next to the cart. It wasn't Melena's. What did it say? Camilla. Jordan pursed his lips in the dim light. That's interesting. Why didn't you say anything to Chavez? After his remark about everyone being a suspect, I don't trust him, I replied. And besides, I'm sure they'll find it. If I could see it, a cop will certainly discover it. How do you think it got there? Jordan asked. Well, I figured it was either her cart, or it was ripped off her uniform while she was murdering Melena. How would she get up there, though? Jordan asked. She'd have to have a master key. I don't know who has a master and who doesn't, I replied. Maybe we should talk to someone in housekeeping. With a sigh, I nodded. However, I was at a loss on who to trust, not to mention the issue of the language barrier. Jordan stood and hurried into the room. Below the crashing sound of the waves, I heard him speaking to someone, then a moment later he returned to the deck. Who were you talking to? I ordered a couple more pillows, he said. I requested someone who spoke English to deliver them, because I had some other questions about the bathroom fixtures. Despite the severity of the situation, I laughed, relieved to release some of the stress I'd been feeling. You need help figuring out how to flush the toilet? If it comes down to me being that stupid, then yes, he replied, smiling. I was told that every employee here speaks English, and that the hotel actually sends them to school to learn. Pretty amazing program. It makes them different from the other resorts, I said. And it was probably one of the reasons they could charge such high prices. A few moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Jordan answered while I stayed out on the deck, leaving the questioning to him. I didn't want to overwhelm anyone and have them scurry from the room, not to mention draw attention to ourselves. I heard a female voice and glanced over my shoulder. Short with black hair pulled into a long ponytail, the housekeeper had a bright smile and held the pillows close to her chest. I couldn't hear what was being said, so I picked up my phone and studied the pictures I'd taken of the murder scene. I squinted at the gold pendant and the surrounding area. Still no chain. What was on that charm? I thought I made out the letters street, but I wasn't certain. Maybe Saint someone? How many saints were there anyway? Was there a saint of housekeeping? How much time passed before Jordan said goodbye to our visitor? I wasn't sure. He sat down next to me again, and I smiled. What did she have to say? I asked. A lot. Her English wasn't perfect, and she was a little hard to understand, but she had some tea to spill. Really? You started asking her questions, and she readily answered? That seems odd. Well, the $50 I handed her helped her open up quite a bit. I see. With a snicker, I shook my head. So you bribed the housekeeper into talking. Give me the scoop. First, Melena had an ex-boyfriend who works as a valet, and she's got a current boyfriend who works at the bar by the pool. She was making the rounds at the hotel, I said. Well, most of the staff works 10-hour days, so there's not much time to meet people outside of work. Apparently, a lot of the staff dates each other. One of the waiters in the steakhouse is married to a woman at the front desk. A chef is married to a dishwasher. You get the idea. What did she say about the ex? He wasn't happy about the breakup. Was very upset. I think we should track him down. Did you get a name? Yes. Diego Lopez. I picked up my phone and pulled up my notes app, then typed in his name. What else did she say? Did she give you the name of the new boyfriend? Yes. Alex Abajo. She said he's quite volatile. I nodded as I typed in his name as well. I like that. A volatile boyfriend is a dangerous boyfriend. Aren't you glad your boyfriend is mellow and loving? I smiled and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Very happy about that. He's also smart and devastatingly handsome. Oh my. Devastatingly? Yes. I sighed as he kissed me. And this woman is devastatingly tired. I want to get some rest and start trying to piece together this mess we found ourselves in, bright and early. Agreed? We've got a lot of ground to cover. Sleep came fitfully, and Jordan and I talked into late into the night. I think we need to play it cool, he said, his voice low as if someone was listening. Like we're still on vacation and not worried about Milena being found dead in our room. So float in the pool, enjoy the sand between our toes, and order drinks? He grabbed my hand under the covers and gave my fingers a quick squeeze. I think that's best, don't you? And in the meantime, we can casually ask some questions. Find out more about Milena's personal connections here at the hotel. Everyone wears a name tag, so it shouldn't be hard to track down Diego in valet and Alex at the poolside bar. I'm assuming we'll be watched. If the police are even remotely good at their jobs, then yes, you're right. We'll be watched. The woman was found in our room. I would think this would be solved easily with a look at the elevator footage. There must be cameras in there for guest safety, right? I would assume so. There won't be any in the hotel room, though. I'm assuming that would break all sorts of laws about privacy. We're in Mexico. We don't know the laws, Jordan. You've mentioned that. He sighed. Why do you think the murderer chose the presidential suite to kill Milena? Furrowing my brow, I considered the question. I don't know. My guess is security isn't as strong as Caesar led us to believe, Jordan said. I bet there are dozens of keycards to that room floating around. How many people do you think have access? Who knows? Caesar, probably another manager or two, housekeeping, room service. It's a big hotel with a big staff. I guess you were right to question the elevator opening directly into the room. I'm just suspicious by nature, Jordan replied. Unfortunately, I'm always looking for flaws in security. I don't like this sense of helplessness, I whispered into the dark. I feel like we're being watched, like everyone is looking to us for this killing. Well then, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Let's find this murderer on our own, before we're accused of killing Milena. Chapter 4. The next morning, Jordan headed down to grab some croissants and coffee, while I scouted out some pool chairs at the main pool. I found a couple right near the bar, which was perfect for us to watch Alex, who was supposedly quite volatile according to our late-night housekeeping visitor. Not only did I have the perfect view of the bar, but also the ocean just beyond the pool. Instead of trying to solve a murder, I should have been enjoying the waves lapping at my toes. With a sigh, I sat down, set my huge floppy hat and sunglasses in place, then slathered on some suntan lotion. After a few moments, I concluded that we needed shade, so I also pushed open the umbrella, then sat down again. Jordan texted me. Where are you? I replied. Lounge chair by the bar, watching Alex. Be there in a minute, he wrote. The people behind the bar were getting set up for the day, replenishing the bottles of liquor, dumping ice into the bins, and bringing over stacks of plastic glasses. Which one was Alex? A few moments later, music started playing through the speakers strategically placed around the pool area. "Hey," Jordan said, sitting down next to me while carrying a beverage tray and 2 small paper bags. "This is a great spot." He handed me my coffee. "We should be able to see all of Alex's movements throughout the day. If he's dealing drugs, we'll find out for sure." "Which one is he?" Jordan asked. "That I'm not sure about yet." I took a long sip of coffee. "Oh, this is good. Wait until you try the croissant. It's got chocolate in the middle. How many have you eaten?" He pulled one out of the bag and smiled. "This will be my 3rd. We're on vacation, so that's allowed." Laughing, I opened my bag and ate as we sat in silence. He was right. Delicious. The chairs surrounding the pool quickly filled up with our fellow hotel guests, and the drinks started flowing. It became apparent that the 3 men behind the counter had worked together for a long time. 2 bartended while 1 served as a barback. They moved in the perfect synchronicity of a well-oiled machine. Waiters walked around the pool offering their services. It's crazy to me that people can start in on the margaritas this early in the morning and still be functioning by the afternoon, I said. Our waiter approached and smiled, his name tag reading Mark. "Amigos. What can I get you? Tequila shot? Paloma? Margarita?" I hadn't finished my coffee. "How about some water?" His face fell until Jordan reached into his swim trunks and pulled out some cash to tip. "Gracias. Be right back." Mark waited on a couple of other people, then headed for the bar. "I wish you wouldn't have done that." "What? Order a water?" "Yes. I didn't want to order anything from him so I can go interact with Alex," Jordan said. I sighed and closed my eyes. "Sorry about that. I'm really tired and not thinking straight." "No worries." He nudged my arm. "Eyes open, Sam. We need to keep watch on Alex. Remember?" I stared at the controlled chaos happening at the bar, wondering who exactly was Alex. Waiters and waitresses vied for a bartender's attention, while customers also attempted to get drinks. The area became so congested, I couldn't see the bartenders any longer. "We don't even know who we are supposed to be watching," I said. I had no idea the area would be this busy so early in the morning. "Me neither. I thought we could watch from a distance and figure it out, but I don't think so now. I imagine it's only going to get worse as the day goes on." I slipped on my cover-up and stood. "I'm going to take a look." As I strolled over to the bar, a light breeze almost took my floppy hat, but I held on to it and was grateful for the gust. The day was going to be a scorcher. I pretended to wait in line and peeked over people's sunburnt shoulders to read the bartender name tags. "Ma'am, I'll get you your water." I turned to find our waiter, Mark. "Please, go sit down." I smiled and tried to think of an excuse as to why I was standing in line. "Ma'am, if you want something else, please let me know." My goodness, he was persistent. I thought about revisiting my character, Cassie, from my soap opera, as the years turn. However, she would become loud and rude and berate the man for ordering her around. But I didn't want to draw attention to myself. "Thanks," I said. "I'll head back now." When I returned, Jordan asked, "I take it that didn't go well?" I shook my head. "Mark doesn't want us waiting on ourselves today." "Mark wants to make sure he gets all the tips today," Jordan corrected. "I'll go back when he's helping other people." Jordan nodded as he chewed on his bottom lip. I had a feeling he had another plan in mind. Mark returned and grinned as he handed me my water. "You let me know if you want something," he said again. "I get it for you. Today you relax and I take care of you." I nodded, almost feeling like we'd been shackled to our chairs for the day. "Enjoy yourselves in paradise," Mark exclaimed. "Thanks," Jordan said and motioned him closer. The waiter squatted down next to his chair. Mark, if I was interested in getting something a little stronger than a margarita, who would I see? My breath caught in horror. Was Jordan asking where he could find drugs? Mark's grin faded, his eyes widened. Then he quickly recovered with his wide smile. Sorry. No comprende. Did you need something else to drink? We have good strawberry and mango margaritas. I can also get you food. Food is delicious. Jordan leaned closer and fished out $100 bill from his pocket, then placed it on the waiter's tray. Mark, I know you understand. Who do I see for some snow? I glanced around, absolutely appalled by Jordan's actions. Neither of us did drugs. Sweat beaded on my brow, and my coffee threatened to make a second appearance. I slipped on my sunglasses and turned my head as if I had no idea the conversation was taking place, but watched them carefully out of the corner of my eye. Mark lowered his sunglasses and stared at the bill. After a long moment, he palmed it and shoved it in his pocket. You didn't hear this from me, he whispered. Alex at the bar can help you. He's a bartender. Thanks, Jordan said, clapping his shoulder. I promise you, if something were to happen and I was to get caught with an illegal substance, your name will never leave my lips. Mark nodded and moved to the next group of people, his smile and big personality once again on display. I can't believe you just did that, I hissed. Do you want to go to a Mexican jail? I certainly don't. There wasn't a choice, he said. We now know for sure Alex is dealing. What if he's tied up with the cartel? I asked. I doubt a hotel like this would allow it, Jordan said. Especially with such a big police presence. They sure got to the suite fast last night. They were literally on property. Looking at a robbery. He shrugged. Murder, robbery, all in a day's work when you're a cop. True. I couldn't get past the fact Jordan had asked where we could buy drugs. Although the conversation had been quiet, I felt as if everyone around us had heard. Realistically, they hadn't. It had been a reckless and poor decision on Jordan's part. I understood why he'd done it, but I didn't like it. This was an issue from my childhood surfacing. My mother had been an alcoholic and dabbled in drugs. I'd always told myself I wouldn't stoop to that level. You are trying to solve a murder, I reminded myself. Go to therapy for your mommy issues. Are you okay, Sam? Jordan asked. I should have shared my plan with you. No, it's okay. Are you going to talk to Alex? Jordan nodded. I think both of us should. 2 sets of ears are better than 1. We waited for a lull in the crowd. Finally, after about 20 minutes, we hurried over to the bar. What can I get you to? The bartender asked. His name tag read Alex. Short with a wiry build, he wore the same bright smile as the other employees. I'll have a Paloma, Jordan said. Nothing for me. Alex turned and got the drink ready. We were sorry to hear about Milena, I said as Alex handed Jordan his drink. Alex froze, his gaze narrow. How did you know her? She was found dead in our room, I said. We understand you were dating her. He shook his head. No. I barely knew her. Jordan and I exchanged glances. Was the housekeeper who visited last night lying, or was Alex? Are you sure about that? Jordan asked. That's not exactly what we heard. I think I'd know if I was dating someone. He set down the drink in front of Jordan, but I noticed his hand shaking. Have a good day. He turned to the next guest. Had we hit a nerve? We've been dismissed, I said, heading back to our chairs. I glanced up to find Caesar staring in our direction from the breezeway entrance leading to the restaurants. He quickly bowed behind the wall. Was he watching us, or had it been a coincidence? Yes, we have, Jordan said, then took a sip of his drink. This thing tastes like it's been dropped down here by angels in heaven. Holy cow. We settled in our chairs again, the day growing warmer by the minute. However, that ocean breeze cooled us perfectly. I kept my eye on the bar while the entertainment crew set up across the pool. Servers kept busy retrieving drinks. I didn't notice any shady happenings with Alex, but that didn't mean they weren't taking place. It just meant I wasn't an expert in catching drug dealings in action. The entertainment crew fired up the microphone and asked for volunteers to play a game. Mark came by, and Jordan ordered another Paloma. "We've had 2 people confirm that Alex is dealing, but I'm not seeing it happen," I said. "Do you think we were lied to?" Jordan shook his head. Mark wouldn't lie about something like that. He stared at the bar. "There. It just happened. Did you see it?" "No. What did I miss? Did he hand something off to a waiter?" If the waiters were smart, they wouldn't deal directly with him. They don't want to lose this great job. I can't imagine the money they make with everyone tipping every time a drink is served. They will pass along information, but they won't be the go-between. Watch when Alex deals directly with a customer. I stared at the man, watching his every move as the music thumped around us, and the entertainment crew encouraged everyone to get up and dance. After a few moments, Jordan said, "There. Did you see it?" "No. The customer will slip him some money, and Alex will give a folded napkin back." "You're kidding me. Is it that simple?" "Simple is always best." He waved Mark over. "Can I get another Paloma?" "They are tasty, right, senor?" "You were right, my friend," Jordan exclaimed. "You were right." I had a feeling our sleuthing was over for the day. When Jordan finished his 3rd drink and decided to participate in the Macarena dance, then the YMCA, I was certain of it. As Jordan settled in and soon fell asleep, I sighed. Perhaps a dip in the ocean, away from the party scene, would do me good. I stood and rubbed more suntan lotion on my legs. Just as I was about to head to the beach, I glanced toward the archway leading to the restaurants. Once again, I found Caesar there, looking our direction. I set down my bottle of lotion and decided to confront him. As I walked toward him, he slipped around the corner again. I picked up my pace and raced toward the archway. When I arrived, I glanced around, not finding him anywhere. Why was Caesar watching us so carefully? Chapter 5. The next day, Jordan slept in. Multiple Palomas and a lot of sun had made him quite exhausted. I, on the other hand, was up early. I walked around the resort and took in the majestic views while I thought about Caesar. I'd seen him 2 more times the previous day. Frankly, his hovering made me uncomfortable. Yes, Melena's body had been found in our room, but the fact he was watching us so closely gave me the idea that we were definitely suspects. The police hadn't been by again to interview us, but perhaps Caesar had been told to keep an eye on us and make sure we didn't try to flee the country. If that was true, I'd been imprisoned in a gilded cage of sorts with the most amazing ocean views I'd ever seen. Even though my co-sleuth was sleeping off too much sun and booze, that didn't mean I couldn't snoop around a little on my own. I felt safe staying in the public areas of the hotel, and what was more public than the luggage valet? After grabbing a coffee and a cinnamon churro from the coffee shop, I meandered over to the lobby. I had yet to see Caesar, but I was watching for him. I wanted a clear reason on why he was surveilling us so closely. They were located at the main open-air lobby of the hotel. Dozens of people milled about, arriving, departing, and checking in. Not to mention those guests who just wanted a nice place to sit while staring at the ocean. As I ate, I studied the men from valet load luggage into cars for the departing tourists and unload for those just arriving. Tips exchanged hands frequently, and the guests arriving had big smiles. Those leaving weren't so happy, which was understandable. Who wanted to leave paradise? Samantha. Good morning. I turned to find Caesar walking toward me with a huge grin. My spine stiffened as I smiled. Good morning. He sat next to me and sighed. What a gorgeous day. Are you enjoying your stay? I shrugged. I think you would know since you've been watching us. He threw his head back and laughed. What in the world do you mean? I see you everywhere I go, Caesar. It seems like you're following us, to keep an eye on us. Is there a reason for that? His smile faded, and he shook his head. I am a manager here at the hotel. I am everywhere, all the time, to make sure our employees are doing their jobs. Besides, we have cameras around the hotel. If I ever wanted to locate you, Ms. Jones, I'd simply look at the cameras. I glanced up at the ceiling, and found a few hidden very discreetly, so discreetly I'd never notice them if I wasn't searching. There is no reason for me to follow you around like a little puppy dog, he said. I can find you at any time. Although that may be true, I didn't believe he wasn't trailing Jordan and me. I'd seen him by the pool multiple times the day before, as well as lurking outside the restaurant while we ate dinner. Last night, if I'd pulled our curtains back and found him standing on the balcony, I wouldn't have been surprised. I didn't appreciate his low tone and veiled threat of being able to find me at any time. Instead of confronting him about it, though, I decided I'd rather try to end this conversation. Perhaps I was wrong, I lied, knowing full well he had been following us and apparently continued to do so. Yes, perhaps you were. He stood, his grin firmly in place again. Have a lovely day, Sam. I'm sure I'll see you around. I nodded, but remained quiet. The video feed from the cameras would contain a wealth of information. But where were they stored? And how could Jordan and I gain access? Returning my attention to the valets while I sipped my coffee, my mind churned, attempting to find an answer. They all wore gray button-down shirts and white pants, and I had no idea what Diego looked like. I'd have to find him and question him, not wait for him to take a break and approach him then. When I'd taken the last sip of my coffee, I walked over to the valet stand. I'm looking for Diego, I said. The man behind the counter, whose name tag read Victor, pointed to another man who was loading luggage into a van. Thank you, I said, turning and waiting for Diego to finish his job. Once the family was loaded into the vehicle and was driving away, I approached him. Diego. Yes, ma'am? What can I do for you? Shorter than me, and a little on the heavier side, I placed him somewhere in his late 20s to early 30s. He wore his thick black hair slicked back and shiny with gel, and his smile was bright and friendly. His English was very good, and I was grateful that I wouldn't have to attempt to communicate with my horrible Spanish. I was wondering if I could speak to you for just a few minutes. About Milena? His brow furrowed as his grin faded. Why? I glanced around, making sure no one was listening to our conversation. I understand you used to date her. Yes. We used to date. It's been months since she broke up with me. She was found in my room, I said, keeping my voice lowered. Please, if I could take a few minutes of your time and ask you a couple of questions about Diego. Both of us turned to find the head valet waving him over and speaking rapid Spanish. I have to go, Diego said. I have a break in a half hour. Meet me in the stairwell leading to the rooftop pool. It's usually pretty quiet there. Do you want a coffee when we meet? I asked. That would be nice. I nodded, excited about our get-together. I'd also pick him up a sandwich and give him some money for his time. I'll see you in a half hour. Determined to scout out our rendezvous spot, I followed the signs pointing to the rooftop pool. As I climbed the stairs, my footsteps echoed through the tiled space. Thumping music became louder as I hit the first landing and rounded the corner. At the top, I was met with a frosted sliding glass door that only opened with a special key. When we'd booked the hotel, we'd had the option of staying in this portion of the hotel or in the regular space. We'd chosen the regular tower for the close proximity to the restaurants and resort shops. The rooftop pool was only available to those staying in the adults-only portion of the hotel. I stood by the door for a few long moments. Unable to see through the frosted glass, I listened. A lot of laughter rang through the air just over the music. Lucky people, relaxing and having fun in the Cancun sun while frolicking in a rooftop pool without a care in the world. Apparently, they hadn't found a dead body in their rooms. One thing became very clear: Diego had been right. The stairwell was quiet. There weren't many people venturing to and from the rooftop pool, and if they did, we'd hear them coming. And the best thing, I couldn't find any cameras, except the one at the top of the stairs by the door. If Diego and I met before the first landing, we wouldn't be seen by the cameras. I hurried back down the stairs, fetched 2 coffees and a turkey sandwich, then returned to the stairwell and waited for Diego. He arrived a few minutes later. "Thanks for meeting me," I said, handing him the coffee and sandwich. "Thanks for lunch." He took a long drink of the coffee. "Now, what do you want to know about Milena?" "Well, like I told you, we found her in our room." He nodded while chewing on his sandwich. "What can you tell me about her?" I asked. "What was she like? Who would want to kill her?" His gaze jumped around, then landed on his coffee cup. He cleared his throat, and when he met my gaze, tears welled in his eyes. "I loved Milena," he said. "I actually thought about marrying her." "What happened?" I asked, my heart aching for the man. He seemed destroyed by the breakup. "She said she wanted more than I could offer." He shrugged and sipped his coffee. "We make pretty good money at valet, but it wasn't enough for her." I'm really sorry to hear that. Did you two remain friendly after the split?" "We were nice to each other, but honestly, I didn't see much of her. She was in housekeeping. I work in valet. I don't have any reason to be in the guest towers, and she uses the employee entrance, not the front door. We just didn't see each other that often." "How did you feel about her dating Alex?" He shook his head and muttered something under his breath. "Everyone knows Alex is bad news." "What does that mean?" I asked, although I had an idea. "He deals drugs from the pool bar," Diego said. "I don't know how he's still working here." "Anything else?" I asked. "Was he mean to Milena?" Diego chewed on his sandwich, then swallowed. "I don't know anything about that." I had a feeling he wasn't being truthful, so I waited. Jordan once told me that if a suspect is lying, and you make them wait in silence, they'll start talking again. "Look, I've only heard rumors, okay," he finally said. "Can you share them with me?" "I don't want to get involved in this," he said, his voice a little too loud as it bounced between the walls. "Your name won't come up," I said. "I'm trying to find the killer. Any information you give me will help me do that, Diego." He stared at his coffee cup again. "Don't you want to know who murdered Milena? The woman you once loved?" Gosh, could I pour on the guilt any stronger? I waited, and still he remained silent. Reaching into my shorts pocket, I pulled out a $20 bill, then handed it to him. "Please help me." He took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. "I haven't heard anything about Milena and Alex specifically," he said. "I did hear that he beat up his last girlfriend." "What was her name? Does she work here?" He shook his head. "No. She used to, but she quit a while back." "Is there anything else I should know about Alex?" I asked. "No. I don't know much about him except he deals drugs, and I'm surprised he still has a job." Desperate to find more information, I asked, "Can you tell me who you think killed Milena?" "I'd look at Camilla," he said. "Those two never got along, and after Milena's promotion, I heard it got even worse." "What about Alex? You just finished telling me he was bad news." "A person can be bad news, but that doesn't make him a killer. Camilla's evil." He pulled out his phone and looked at the time. "I have to get back." I'd have rather questioned him more, but time was up. "Thanks, Diego," I said just as the door at the top of the stairs opened and loud voices filled the space. "My name stays out of this," Diego stressed and hurried down the stairs. I smiled at the group of people who stumbled past me, all sunburnt, holding fruity drinks, and talking about 3 decibels higher than necessary. I couldn't help but wonder if Diego wanted his name kept out of the investigation because he didn't want any trouble, or because he had killed Milena and wanted to distance himself. Chapter 6. After a walk along the beach, where I was lucky enough to find some really unique seashells, I decided it was time to rouse Jordan and get some lunch. We could then plan the rest of our day, and I could share what I'd learned from Diego. I returned to the room to find him showered and sitting on the balcony. "Good morning," I said. "Why didn't you text me that you were up?" "My phone's dead and on the charger," he replied. "I never gave it any juice last night. And I think it's afternoon." I checked my phone. "You're correct." I sat down with a sigh. A group of pelicans flew high above in a circle, waiting to zero in on their next meal in the waves below. "How are you feeling?" "Not bad. Just keep me away from the palomas, please." "Will do. Are you ready to eat?" "Sure. Before we go, why don't you tell me what you've been up to?" "Well, I met Diego, and Caesar showed up again while I was in the lobby." "Did he speak to you or just stare?" "He came over to say hello. I basically accused him of following us around, and he said if he wanted to spy on us, all he'd have to do is look at the camera footage from around the resort." Jordan arched an eyebrow. "Cameras? I take it they're hidden pretty well? I haven't noticed them." "Very well," I replied. "You do need to search for them. Getting access to footage from the night of the murder could be very beneficial to us. I have no idea where it could be stored. I've walked all over this resort and haven't seen anything that resembles a security office. We can get that figured out easily. Tell me about Diego." I recapped my conversation. "Depending on how you look at it, there's either a lot there or absolutely nothing," Jordan said. "Agreed. He's either hiding something or has nothing to do with Milena's murder, but I did find it interesting that he pointed me toward Camilla. He also took the target off Alex's back." I shook my head as my stomach rumbled. The churro and coffee had done nothing to satiate my hunger. I have no idea what to make of it all. "We'll just have to keep digging," he said. "In the meantime, let's go down and have lunch on the beach." The hotel had built a thatched roof restaurant at the end of the cove by the water. With sand for the floors and the waves kissing the shore just a few feet away, it looked to be a lovely place to eat. "Oh, that sounds good. I hear they have some amazing fish tacos down there." We changed and packed for the beach, in case we wanted to swim after eating. After stepping into the elevator, Jordan pushed the button for the lobby. We stopped one floor down. When the panels parted, we came face to face with the housekeeper, Camilla, waiting with her cart. Dressed in uniform, with her jet black hair up in a bun, she looked the same as she had the day before. Her gaze widened for a second, then she waved her hand. "Go ahead." No way was I going to allow this opportunity to go by. "There's plenty of room," I said, holding the door for her. "Come on in." After hesitating for a brief moment, she pushed the cart in as Jordan and I stepped aside. He stood by the buttons. Why hadn't she wanted to be in the elevator with us? Was she truly worried about all of us and her cart fitting, or did being around Jordan and me make her uncomfortable? "Milena's death must have been quite the shock for you," Jordan ventured. She shook her head. "No entiendo." Camilla claimed she didn't understand what he was saying. Jordan rolled his eyes and forcefully punched a button so hard, I thought the panel may crack. Camilla and I both gasped as the elevator lurched to a hard stop. He then pulled out his phone. "It's a darn good thing I have the translation app here. Then maybe Camilla will entiendo just fine." He spoke into the phone, repeating me. Usually laid back and friendly, his rudeness surprised me, but being a suspect in a murder investigation tended to make one lose their patience. "Please push the button and let me off at the next floor," she replied quietly, her knuckles white from gripping the cart so hard. "I have work to do." Her English was hard to understand under the thick accent, but the fact that she'd lied and said she didn't understand irritated me to no end. Why wouldn't she want to talk to us? What was she hiding? We saw you and Milena fighting yesterday, I said. You were quite angry. She took my job. Camilla yelled. I've been here longer. I deserve the promotion to head housekeeper. Although her outburst surprised me, and frankly scared me a little, I kept my focus on her and what she had to say. Is that a reason to kill her? Jordan asked. I didn't kill her. Camilla screamed. It's our understanding that Milena didn't like the job you did, I said. Tears streamed down her face as her cheeks turned red. She didn't like anything I did. I deserved that job, not her. Now let me out of here. As she jammed her cart against the doors, I backed up. Were we dealing with a crazy woman? Listen, relax, Jordan said, holding the cart in place. We're just asking you questions. We don't have any motive. We're just trying to figure out why Milena's dead. She muttered something I couldn't make out. That promotion should have been mine, she finally said audibly. When Milena got it, she decided she was going to sabotage me. I'd clean a room, and she'd go in behind me to check it. She'd hide a towel, remove a pillowcase, leave the lights on. Just little things that she could report so I'd eventually get fired. Jordan and I exchanged glances. If Camilla thought she was going to be fired because of Milena's actions, perhaps she'd reached her boiling point and had killed her. Please let me go, she said, staring at the door. Jordan hit the button, and the elevator began to move again. When the panels parted, Camilla pushed her cart and a roll of toilet paper bounced off. Both of us reached down to get it at the same time, almost knocking our heads together. I noticed a distinct tan line below Camilla's clavicle, almost as if she'd spent time out in the sun with a heavy chain and a charm on. I handed her the toilet paper. We both stood, and I realized her uniform hid the tan line. She grabbed the roll from me, then hurried down the hall without another word. Jordan and I rode to the tower lobby in silence. That was weird, I muttered as we stepped out of the elevator. A young boy ran by us with Spider-Man floaties on his arms, his haggard mother not too far behind. Someone should give that woman a break, Jordan said, his gaze on the ceiling. I assumed he was looking for the cameras I'd mentioned that Caesar had pointed out in the main lobby. Who? Camilla or the mom? Oh, definitely the mom. Camilla's hiding something. I'm sure the mom agrees with you. Although I'd never had children because my Hollywood career had consumed me, I did recognize the amount of energy and patience that went into raising a child. Even with families on a relaxing vacation, the parents never truly got to rest. A blast of ocean air greeted us as the doors leading outside opened. Music played, people bobbed around in the pool, and servers rushed to and from the bar. Jordan and I walked past it all down to the beach. I slipped off my flip-flops once we reached the sand. As we walked to the restaurant, the white sand squished up between my toes. Seagulls squawked from above and the waves lapped at the shore. It's so pretty, I said, staring out at the different colors of blue. Jordan nodded. We walked by two kids building a sandcastle, while their parents looked on from lounge chairs. A couple other people played volleyball. The sun shone high in the sky while a nice breeze played off the waves. When we arrived at the open-air restaurant, we were immediately seated at a simple wooden table with matching chairs. Look at the bar, I said, pointing behind Jordan. Instead of bar stools, people sat on swings lazily moving side to side as they enjoyed their drinks. To my left, an iguana about a foot long was staring at me from the rocks. Although I understood they weren't dangerous, that didn't mean I wanted one crawling around my feet or sitting next to me. You stay right there, okay? I said to him, hoping he understood. He's harmless, Jordan said, chuckling. I'm sure he's just waiting around for scraps. I perused the menu, really wanting one of everything, but decided on the taco sampler and a non-alcoholic mojito. When the chips and salsa arrived, Jordan and I dug right in while looking out over the beach and ocean. Did you find the cameras in the club lobby? I asked. I found two, but I'm sure there are more. They hid them well. That's what I thought. We ate in silence for a bit, then Jordan said, Once we leave here, I'd like to locate the security office. Do you want to go with me? I shrugged. Maybe we can spend some time on the beach first? Just an hour or so? The waiter brought over our tacos, and my mouth began watering. I think I'm going to eat 2 plates. These look amazing. I'll up your 2 and make it 3, Jordan said. Especially if they taste as good as they look. We both ate 2 plates of tacos. At the end of our meal, the waiter came to clear the table. I should get your picture, he said, pointing behind us. The iguana had moved into the restaurant and sat upon a table staring at us. I handed the waiter my phone, and he snapped a picture with Jordan and me with the iguana behind us. Then the waiter shooed him out. We sure haven't taken many pictures, I said. Let's snap some at the beach, then go for a swim. We languished at the beach for a couple of hours, the investigation forgotten for a short time. We took a few selfies to commemorate our vacation. I took some photos of the silver fish swimming around my legs to send to my friends at home, Annabelle and Gina. Then, Jordan reminded me we wanted to find the security office. With a groan, I rose from my lounge chair and began packing up our belongings. While I waited for Jordan to rinse his feet, I thumbed through the pictures on my phone. Really, we hadn't taken many at all. I had more of the silver-colored fish swimming around my feet than I did of Jordan and me. Then the crime scene photo came up, jolting me. I'd forgotten I'd hurriedly snapped the picture on my way out of the presidential suite. I stared at it a long moment, then flipped up my sunglasses and narrowed my gaze. Using my forefinger and thumb, I made the picture bigger and gasped, my heart thundering. Jordan, come look at this. I called, waving to him. He walked back up the beach and sat down next to me. What's that? I took a picture of the crime scene before we left the suite. Look at that on the floor. The blood? No. The gold pendant. Do you see a chain? As he stared at the photo for a long moment, I noted his red shoulders. The doofus hadn't applied any sunscreen. No, I don't. But that doesn't mean it's not there. I agree, but do you know who's got a tan line around her neck in the shape of something round? He met my gaze. Who? Camilla. I saw it when we were in the elevator. The toilet paper fell when we both reached down to get it. I saw the tan line under her shirt. He turned his attention back to the picture. That doesn't mean this is hers. It doesn't mean it's not, Jordan. We have to look at her closer. Chapter 7. Let's head to the gift shop, Jordan said once we left the beach. Why? To get your disguise, he said, eyes scanning the breezeway. I have a plan. Apparently, he'd been busy preparing our next move while I'd been snapping photos of fish at the beach. We entered the open-air breezeway, and breezeway was the correct term. It was windy enough to steal hats and lift skirts. Frankly, it felt nice after being at the beach under the hot sun. Before we walked into the gift shop, he said, pick out something like a muumuu. Something big, something with long sleeves, something where we can't tell your shape. If you can, make it as nondescript as possible. Also, find another hat, preferably matching the boring muumuu. I nodded, even though I was confused. What are we doing? You'll see. His gaze darted around the corridor. I'm going to stand over there, where I don't see any cameras. If Caesar comes by and he recognizes you, it's not just a ruined plan, it may destroy our chances of finding the killer. Worse, we don't know what he's capable of. He could have us thrown in prison. We just don't know. If I see him, I'm going to text you. That's your signal to either hide somewhere in the store, or get out so he doesn't find you. I'll explain the rest when you're out. I'll hurry so if he is watching, he won't have a chance to corner me. As I raced into the store, Jordan lowered his gaze and moved across the breezeway. Once inside, I glanced out the window to find him leaning against a wall, his phone in hand as if he were reading or scrolling social media. However, I also noted his gaze wasn't focused on the device. I quickly found a dress that fit Jordan's description, along with a matching wide-brimmed hat. The brown material actually mirrored the floor tiles. I held it up to my body. It skimmed my ankles and also flowed like a muumuu. It checked all the boxes. After making my purchase, I returned to the breezeway to find Jordan walking ahead of me. I followed until he stopped. "We're in a no-camera zone," he said. "Go into this restroom and put on the muumuu and the new hat as well." "Then what?" "Then it's time to put your acting skills to good use." I smiled, wondering what he had up his sleeve. Lifting my chin, I squared my shoulders and slipped on my sunglasses. "I'll step into the wardrobe room and be ready to take my place on set when I exit," I said in my haughtiest voice. He laughed as I pushed the door open to the restroom. After changing, I studied myself in the mirror. Women my age went practically unseen amongst the general public, but I was okay with it on most days. It allowed me to go through life unnoticed. But this outfit would make it more so. It was that boring. But boring offered safety. No one notices the woman in the frumpy brown muumuu, which today would keep me hidden from Caesar. After exiting the bathroom, Jordan told me the rest of his plan. "I want you to go to the main lobby. Tell the concierge, or the front desk, that you think someone stole a bracelet out of your bag while you were at the pool earlier in the day, and you want to speak to security. If you need to be snooty, do so, but we need to find that security office." "Where will you be?" "Here in the no-camera zone. Even if Caesar is tracking you through the cameras, he'll be watching for your blue dress and black hat that you had on before. Now you're in the brown getup, so hopefully you don't catch his eye." I matched the floor tiles. "I'll be almost invisible." He chuckled again and pointed toward the main lobby. And action. Lowering my head, I walked down the corridor and decided it would be best to get the information with tears rather than arrogance. I reached the lobby and glanced around to see who would give me the fastest answer. The concierge had the fewest people waiting. While the couple in front of me asked some questions about an excursion, I bit the inside of my lip and brought up depressing thoughts to encourage tears. My horrible childhood did the trick. When it was my turn to speak to the concierge, the tears tracked down my cheeks and jumped off my chin. "What's wrong?" the woman behind the desk said, her smile quickly replaced by a frown of concern. In her early 20s, her brown skin glowed with health and youth. She wore her black hair in a long ponytail down her back. I sat in the chair and placed my elbows on her desk, my lower lip now quivering. "Someone? I need to see security. Someone stole a very precious bracelet out of my bag while I was at the pool." "Oh no. Can you tell me where the security office is?" "Let me call a manager." She reached for the phone. "No." I placed my hand over hers. "Please, this is very important to me. My late father gifted it to me on his deathbed. I don't want to be a bother, nor do I want a manager. If you could please just point me to security, so I can have them look at the tapes and find the person, I would appreciate it." I'd never known my father, but I'd always hoped he'd been a kind man who would do something like that. We are supposed to call a manager when something like this happens. I began sobbing. "Please, just point me to security. If I don't find that bracelet, it's the only thing I have left from him. I don't know what I'll do. He was so important to me. I can't wait for a manager." Finally, she nodded and pointed the way I'd just come. "The security office is down the breezeway. There is a door before you get to the gift shop. There's no sign on it. They'll be able to help you." "Thank you." I squeezed her fingers. "Thank you so much." Out of the corner of my eye as I stood, I saw Caesar searching the lobby, as if he were looking for someone. Based on the way he'd been following me around the resort, I assumed he sought me. Perhaps Jordan had been right. Caesar had been trailing us via camera, and when I'd gone from the non-camera area back into view, I'd changed my clothes and he'd lost me. My tears turned to a snicker as I walked back toward Jordan. We'd outsmarted him, and it felt so good. Finally, we were getting the upper hand. "How did it go?" Jordan asked. The security office is right down here on the right, I said. Is Caesar behind me? Jordan glanced over my shoulder and shook his head. Did you see him? Yes. He was looking around for someone, so I'm guessing that was me. The clothing change worked. Quite the ruse, Jordan. Let's go into security. Do you know what you're going to say, or am I sticking with my lost bracelet given to me by my dying father's story? You never knew your father. I'm well aware, I said, sighing. But it got us what we needed. I'll do the talking with security. He grabbed my hand and squeezed, then we walked down toward the gift shop. She said it's an unmarked door before we get to the store. That must be it. Right there. We opened it to find a long, dimly lit hallway. Nervous butterflies tickled my belly as I pulled off my sunglasses. I guess we're headed to the belly of the beast, Jordan muttered. We followed it until we came across another door. Upon opening it, we found a room with 4 men sitting in front of computers. All the screens held different views of the resorts. One man glanced up at us, then did a double take. He shot to his feet. You are not allowed here. His accent was so thick, I barely understood him. Wearing black pants and a blue shirt that read Seguridad, I figured we were in the right place. We were looking for the security office, Jordan said. I was wondering if you could help us out. No. You must go. He grabbed Jordan's arm and began marching us back down the way we'd come. You talked to a manager. This wasn't going the way I'd expected. Wait a minute, I said, trotting behind them. Jordan shot a glare over his shoulder, and I quieted down. I had no idea what he had in mind, but his look let me know we were headed in the right direction. Once we reached the door to the breezeway, Jordan stopped and turned to the security guard. Listen to me for just a minute. He pulled out $200 from his pocket. If you listen to me, this is yours. A flicker of doubt crossed the man's face. All you have to do is listen. The man slowly nodded. What's your name? Jordan asked. Jose. Great, Jose. Now, I'm sure you're aware there was a murder that took place in the presidential suite. He nodded. We were staying in there, Jordan said. And I want to look at 2 things. First, the key card access for the day of the murder, and second, any video files. We don't record the inside of guest rooms. But you record that tower lobby and the elevator, so I'd like to see the video from that day. Is that all? Jordan nodded. I have listened. I'll take my money. He swiped the bills from Jordan's hand and headed back down the hall. Jose, if you get me what I've asked for, you'll be $1,000 richer, Jordan called. He stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. I was happy Jordan and I had more money than we could ever spend. A year ago, offering a bribe of $1,000 would have broken my bank account. Thank goodness the state of California had finally paid what was mine. Meet me at the main pool at 11 tonight, Jordan said. I'll have the money, and it's yours if you get me the video and keycard records. Jose said nothing, but continued his trek back to the security room. Let's go, Jordan said. I sighed as we entered the corridor, the fresh breeze invigorating. That didn't go well. It went exactly as I'd hoped, Jordan said. I figured there'd be more than one guy on duty, and I wanted to get one alone to offer the bribe. What if he doesn't take it? We'll have to go back to square one, Jordan said. But the fact that he took the first bribe and listened to me make my case is a good sign. I think he'll be there tonight, and we'll have what we need. I glanced back at the breezeway. The wind tugged at my hat like a warning. And if he doesn't? Jordan didn't answer. Chapter 8. Jordan and I sat in lounge chairs by the pool at 11 that night. I stared up at the black sky. Very few stars were visible above the land due to all the lights, but once I turned toward the ocean, nature had quite the show for me. My stargazing took my mind off the murder, and from pondering whether Jose was going to show or not. Frankly, Jordan's plan scared me so badly, I hadn't been able to eat dinner. I wasn't upset about the money. However, it felt like we were sitting in the middle of a nest of hornets, and I didn't know which ones wouldn't sting us. We may have shaken the hive by going to the security office and bribing one of the hotel guards. What if he just turned us over to the police? What was the jail time for bribing a hotel security guard? Maybe it wouldn't be considered a crime. I sighed and shut my eyes. It's 10 after, Jordan muttered. I can't believe he's late. Maybe he's not going to show, I said. Maybe he can't be bought. Jordan whispered a curse, and I turned back to the ocean to search for the constellations I could never find. A few more minutes passed, then Jordan sat upright. Someone's coming from the breezeway. I turned to find a dark figure walking down the stairs toward us. I couldn't make out his features, but considering the pool was closed and we were the only people around it, I had to assume it was Jose. Jordan and I both stood, and I wiped my sweaty brow. Jose was a couple feet in front of us, before I could make out his facial features. With his mouth set in a firm line and his large eyes, he seemed to be scared. Do you have what we asked for? Jordan said. No hellos or polite chit-chat for the man he was trying to bribe. Jose nodded. Some of it? Why not all of it? Jordan asked. Because I couldn't get the key card access logs. Why not? I've got bosses watching me. I didn't get the chance. I don't want to lose my job. Okay, then you get half the money. Jose nodded. Understood. As Jose placed his hand in his pants pocket, I watched him carefully. My stomach flipped with unease at our clandestine operation. He pulled out a USB and placed it in Jordan's open hand. Here. Now give me my money. Did you look at the footage? No. I didn't have time. I have no idea what's on there. Is there something on this USB, or are you playing me? Jordan asked. I copied the footage from that day. He glanced around the pool area, becoming more agitated by the second. Now give me my money. The two men stared at each other for a long moment. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, as my anxiety rose. Jose balled his hands at his sides. Was a fist fight about to happen? Jordan reached into his pocket and pulled out the bills, then placed them in Jose's hand. After I look at this, I'd like to ask you more questions. It'll cost you more money. Fair enough. I'd also like to see the keycard logs. I get the rest of the money? Jordan nodded. I'll see what I can do. Have the police been in to see this video? I asked. What about the keycard logs? Did they ask for those as well? Jose shrugged. Not that I know of, but I wouldn't have handled it. My boss would have. The police have been around a lot this week. Something about a guest robbing another guest. Thanks, Jose, Jordan said. We'll be in touch. Don't come to my office, he said, then handed Jordan a piece of paper. Text this number. He turned and walked away. I sighed, relieved the interaction was over. Let's head back to the room and plug this baby in, Jordan said, grabbing my hand. I noted the excitement in his voice. Once a cop, always a cop, and the thrill of the chase would never get old for him. Even at the late hour, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. Perhaps I was an adrenaline junkie like Jordan. I looked for Caesar or any member of security as we returned to the room. Since we stayed at a family resort, there wasn't much nightlife. Most of the guests were tucked away in their beds, so there wasn't a need for a large security presence. Once we were inside with the door locked, Jordan pulled my laptop from the safe and set it on the desk. As it booted up, he searched the lampshades, studied the phone, and looked behind the curtain. What are you doing? I asked. He put a finger to his mouth, a signal for me to remain quiet. I wanted to make sure our room isn't bugged, he said when he was finished. Are you kidding me? I shrieked. Relax, Sam. I'm sure I'm being overcautious. Why would someone bug our room? If Jose told anyone we asked him for the video evidence of that day, someone could be very interested in what we're up to. What's the best way to find out? Bugging our room. He nodded and sat down at the desk. I stood behind him and glanced around the room, wondering if I could spot a bug or a camera. Nothing looked out of place or strange to me, but honestly, what did I know about surveillance equipment? Not a lot. I turned back to the computer when a grid of 12 screens popped up on the screen. The timestamp read 6 in the morning. Jose had given us footage of the whole day, and not just our tower lobby and elevator, but what looked like most of the resort. I recognized the main lobby, our tower lobby, the breezeway, the pool, and multiple elevators. This is going to take forever, I grumbled. He must have been in a hurry and just copied everything instead of taking the time to go through and pinpoint what we needed. We watched the videos play, and I realized I couldn't identify which elevator belonged in what tower. I wish these elevator cameras were marked better. They're only numbered. I was thinking the same thing. He pointed to the number below each screen. That's their identifying number, but that's not helpful unless we know where it is. He sped up the videos until the timestamp read 13:03. We should see ourselves arriving around this time. Then, we'll be able to decipher which video belongs to the elevator leading up to the presidential suite. After a few moments, I pointed at the top left screen, which was the main lobby. There we are. We were escorted from the main lobby, through the breezeway and to our tower. In our club lobby, we were checked in. The video showed our conversation with Caesar and him taking over our reservation. Okay, here we go, Jordan said. We should find the right elevator soon. Keep your eyes peeled, Sam. I leaned over his shoulder and studied the screen. On the video, we stood, and Caesar motioned us toward the elevator. A moment later, I pointed to the middle of the screen. There we are. The grainy footage showed Jordan, Caesar, and me in the throes of our friendly conversation. Caesar's smile faded, and he turned to the doors. When they opened, he fisted his fingers at his sides. He's more upset than I remembered, I said. Look at his hands. Jordan nodded. Caesar stepped out of the frame while Jordan and I looked on. He returned to the elevator, and we rode up to the presidential suite. We don't need to see all these people who aren't involved in any of this riding the elevator, Jordan said. He fast-forwarded to Caesar leaving us and returning to the lobby. A few people joined him. He smiled and chatted amicably. Jordan once again advanced the recording to us, heading down to the beach. Okay, let's see what happens now, Jordan said. We were out of the room for a few hours, so we should find Milena riding up to our room, and also the killer arriving. We watched the video for a few moments. There we are coming up from the beach, I said, pointing to the top right square. Wait a minute. What the heck is going on here? We were on the beach for hours, not minutes. He pressed pause, then rewound. I watched the timestamp as he pushed play again. Sure enough, there was a 4.5-hour jump. A string of curses fell from his lips as he sat back in the chair and crossed his arms over his chest. I wandered over to the bed and sat down. Does this mean what I think it does? Yes. Jordan shook his head in irritation. Someone has erased the evidence. I lay back against the duvet and stared at the ceiling. Do you think it was Jose? I have no idea. Who else would have access to the property security videos? I don't know how those things work. We'd have to ask Jose. Jordan, I don't like this. Me neither, but I'm going to call Jose. I sat upright as he pulled his cell phone from his pocket. What if he gave you the wrong number? I asked. What if this is all a setup of some sort, and they're waiting for you to call the number? And then what? He asked. What are they going to do to me for calling this number? I don't know. I stood and began to pace. What if it's a crime to bribe a hotel security guard? What if they haul us off to prison? He set his phone down and sighed. Sam, as you've pointed out many times, we must be proactive and do something. Milena died in our room. He pointed at the computer. Now the security footage, which could have led us to the real killer, has been deleted. But it shows us coming back from the beach, I said. They can say we came back from the beach, then killed Milena. Oh my word. See what I mean? All this footage does is make us look guilty. We need the video from the missing time. I need to call Jose. I groaned and sank back onto the bed while Jordan dialed, then put it on speakerphone. As the ringing pierced the air, my heart thundered. What if Detective Chavez answered? Or Caesar? We weren't even sure if our bribery would be considered a crime. A voicemail greeting in rapid Spanish filled the room. Jordan hung up. No answer. Chapter 9. We woke the next morning to a text message on Jordan's phone. Nos vimos en la playa. 11. What does that mean? I asked. Jordan sighed and shook his head. I'll plug it into the online translator. It's from the number Jose gave us, so I'm assuming it's him. Playa means beach, I said. Jordan tapped on his phone for a few seconds. He wants us to meet him at the beach at 11. My stomach growled from skipping dinner the night before. We have time to get some breakfast before heading down. Sounds good. Let's get this day started. I hoped we would be meeting Jose, and not someone else. For all we knew, Jose was setting us up. Perhaps he'd given us Caesar's number, or worse, the police, and shared that we were poking around where we didn't belong. We opted for the buffet for breakfast. I piled my plate high with eggs, bacon, delicious fresh fruit, and copious amounts of coffee. We sat out on the patio and enjoyed the delicious food, along with the sway of the palm trees above us, and the tropical breeze gently caressing our skin. I tilted my face to the sun, embracing the warmth on my cheeks. We should probably head down, Jordan said, checking his phone and breaking me out of my reverie. It's almost our meeting time. With a sigh, I stood. A murder needed to be solved. As we walked past the pool, the entertainment crew was getting started. The bar had a line, kids splashed in the pool, and music played from the speakers. All the noise faded as we walked across the silky sand. Without a rock to be found, it seeped through my toes like warm water. I don't see anyone wearing a uniform like Jose's, I said, my gaze jumping from person to person. I would think we'd spot him right away. Maybe he's not working today, Jordan suggested. Or maybe we aren't meeting Jose, I grumbled, my anxiety once again going into overdrive, causing my stomach to flutter. One of the many things I appreciated about Cancun was that all beaches were public. Even though the beach stood right behind our hotel, it was filled with local families. They lived and worked in such a beautiful place, they should be able to enjoy the astounding amenities whenever they liked. Most had brought umbrellas, so it was difficult to make out the faces beneath the shade, unless we were practically right on top of them. Laughter and Spanish filled the air as the waves gently lapped on the shore. The resort had erected a block wall barrier to prevent larger waves, making the area a nice cove with calm, crystal-clear waters and a haven for snorkeling. Kids splashed around while the adults talked, some read books. Mariachi music played from someone's speaker. We stood amid the controlled chaos, searching for Jose. A man emerged from under a blue umbrella, wearing yellow swim trunks and a white tank top. He walked toward us, and I wasn't sure if it was Jose or not until he said hello. Hi Jose, Jordan said. Day off? He nodded. Sit with me, under the umbrella. You gringos will burn. With a grin he turned and we trailed after him. His was one of the larger umbrellas, offering plenty of shade. Once we were settled, he pulled a beer from an ice chest and offered us one. Jordan and I both declined. Had a bad experience with the palomas the other night, Jordan said. Why are we here, Jose? He pointed toward the water. I wanted you to see my family. The woman with the red suit? That's my wife. The 4 kids around her. Those are mine. I followed his finger and found the woman and children he spoke of. You have a lovely family. He nodded. We aren't rich, but we get by. There are other people who aren't as lucky. What was the point of this meeting? I met Jordan's gaze, and I noted the furrow in his brow. He seemed to be as confused as me. This is why I invited you down here, Jose said. If I get caught helping you, I could lose my job. Then my family, how do you say, becomes poor. We certainly don't want that for you and your family, I said. And my wife Sarah will kill me if I lose my job, he continued. And I'm not joking. Suddenly, I felt awful for bribing the man. We'd put him and his family in potential peril. Milena was Sarah's friend, he continued in his thick accent. My wife is upset about her friend dying, and I don't like it when she's upset. I watched Sarah splash with the children, her laughter carrying across the water. She was probably in her late 20s or early 30s, with the easy confidence of someone who felt secure in her world. The children ranged from what looked like 5 to maybe 12, all clearly adoring their mother. Jose's face softened as he watched them, and I realized we were asking him to risk not just his own safety, but theirs too. You surprised me yesterday when you came into our office, Jose said. I do my job and I go home. I don't want any trouble, but I also want to find out who killed Milena. Bribing Jose for help had been much easier when I wasn't aware of his beautiful family. He would lose the stability he'd built for them if he lost his job. I couldn't allow that to happen. We shouldn't have approached you, I said as guilt weighed heavily on my chest. I'm so sorry we've put your job in jeopardy. Jose shrugged, then grinned. It was the most exciting thing that had happened in quite some time, besides Milena dying. Not a lot happens around the resort, huh? Jordan said. No. It's a family resort, so it's pretty quiet. We do have some who drink too much, but overall, security is an easy job. It's the adult-only party hotels that have the most problems. Things get a little loco there. What about cartel involvement? Jordan asked. Jose's expression grew darker. You have to understand, the cartels don't just deal drugs. They control supply chains, construction, even hotel staffing sometimes. Most employees never see it directly, but we all know it's there, like a shadow over everything. This resort has been lucky. The management pays their, how do you say, taxes and stays out of cartel business. But if someone inside is working with them. He trailed off, glancing toward his family. That changes everything. I'm like those 3 monkeys. I don't see, hear, or say anything about the cartels because of them. He lifted his finger and pointed at his family frolicking in the sea, oblivious to the serious conversation we were having. We stared at the water for a long moment, and I appreciated his dedication to his family. Sarah convinced me I should help you find the killer, Jose said, breaking the silence. When I told her about Milena, she cried for an hour. She said that if something happened to her, she'd want someone to care enough to find the truth. But she also made me promise to be careful. These niños need their padre. I turned to him, surprised. She wants you to risk your job? Yes and no. I'll give you information, but that's it. What you do with it is up to you. Jordan smiled, then pushed his sunglasses up his nose. That sounds fair. We'll pay you for it, just like we agreed on before. Okay. Now tell me what you found on the USB I gave you last night. Nothing, I said. The footage from the hours when the murder likely happened has been deleted. Interesting, Jose said, his features neutral, showing no surprise. I would think he'd be shocked to discover someone was erasing footage. Do you know who has access to that? Jordan asked. There are many people. Security and managers all have access. The police, when they ask to see it. Why would a manager have access to the security footage? I asked. Mainly to keep an eye on employees in their department. So if Milena was a housekeeping manager, she'd be able to view footage? Yes. And I know she did a few days before she was killed. She was having trouble with the housekeeping employee named Camilla. Camilla said Milena was out to get her fired, I said. She also suggested that she should have had the promotion because she had been employed at the resort longer. Well, I don't know anything about that, but Camilla wouldn't have been able to erase the footage, Jose said. Unless she was working with someone, Jordan replied. Her name tag was found at the crime scene, along with a pendant that Sam thinks might belong to her. It's not my job to find the killer, Jose said. That's your job. It sounds like a messy puzzle right now, with a lot of missing pieces. You aren't wrong, I muttered. You go back through the footage I gave you, and see if you can find where Camilla was the hours before the crime. Does the footage have hours after the murder? Yes, I replied. See if you can find her then. I'll check her timesheets on that day. We should be able to verify if she was here or not. What about the keycard access? Jordan asked. Can you get us that? Jose nodded. I'll get it for you, but I'm not going to analyze the data. Fair enough, Jordan said. I understand your role. You'll provide us with information, but you aren't going to participate in the investigation. Yes. I obviously won't be able to get you any information today, because it is my day off. Going into my work would be suspicious. I get it, Jordan said. Besides, it's a beautiful day to spend with your family. See, it is. Jose's smile faded. It's time for you to go now. I'll be in touch. Jordan and I stood and swiped at the sand on our legs and shorts. It was a futile effort to remove it all. As we walked up the beach, I asked, where to now? I'm going to go through that footage on the USB once again, and see if we can watch Camilla throughout the day. With her name tag and that pendant found at the scene that you think belongs to her, I think it's a solid lead. I do too. Once we reached the pool, we rinsed the sand off our feet under the outdoor shower before slipping on our sandals. The pool party was in full swing, with the entertainment crew judging a dance contest filled with guests of the hotel. When I realized they were grooving to Billy Idol's White Wedding, I smiled. Annabelle would love this. Annabelle was a friend of ours who lived in Haywood and had a deep affinity to everything 80s, including the clothes, makeup, and of course music. Jordan chuckled and pointed to the dancers. With her moves, she'd wipe the floor with these yahoos. Annabelle was also reigning dance queen of Haywood, the small town of northern Arizona where we lived, so he wasn't wrong. As we entered the breezeway to return to our room, I saw Caesar walking toward us. I contemplated hurrying into the sweet shop to avoid him, but quickly realized he had homed in on us when he smiled and waved. Jordan whispered a curse under his breath as we set our smiles in place. There you are, he said. I was wondering if you'd somehow sneaked out of our little slice of paradise. We were enjoying the beach, I replied. Now, if you'll excuse us, we'd like to get changed. I stepped around him, and he reached out to grab my arm as if to stop me. When I worked in Hollywood, I'd played a character named Cassie on the soap opera As the Years Turn. She'd been a mean, haughty killer, and sometimes she surfaced when I was feeling threatened. I yanked my arm away, alarmed that he'd tried to grab me. Don't you dare touch me, I said, my voice low and laced with warning. His gaze widened and he took a step back. It would be smart of you to listen to the lady, Jordan said, gently grasping my elbow. It's rude to manhandle your guests. Caesar stared at me, his face flushed with surprise. I had no intention of listening to his excuses. Don't you ever touch me again, I interjected. I'll make sure you regret it. How, I had no idea, but I'd think of something. I marched away, thoroughly shaken. But why? Because my nerves were fried, and I had no evidence Caesar wasn't the killer. The idea of having a potential murderer lay hands on me gave me the urge for a shower. Sam? Jordan called, trotting behind me. Are you okay? Yes. I turned and met his gaze. Was he trying to grab me, or was that my imagination? He did, although I'm not sure why. I shook my head. So weird. And inappropriate. What do you think he wanted? I asked. Not sure. He didn't say much after you stalked off. He's watching our every move. He probably couldn't find us when we were down at the beach and was in a panic. I'm sure you're right. He glanced around. Let's just get back to the room. Once we'd entered the room, Jordan hurried over to the sliding glass doors and dropped to his knees. Just in case our room was searched, Jordan had hidden the USB in the hem of the curtain. Still here, he announced as he held it above his head. I pulled the computer from the safe and sat down at the desk. After the computer had booted, Jordan handed me the USB, then searched the room for listening devices. With a sigh, I inserted the USB, tired of living this cloak and dagger vacation. We should have paid closer attention to the other areas of the resort when we watched this before, Jordan grumbled, standing behind me after finishing his search. He wasn't wrong. We'd been so focused on the one elevator leading to the presidential suite, we hadn't studied the others. There's Camilla, I said, pointing to the lower right-hand screen. She's getting off on the floor beneath the presidential suite. He pointed to the top right. That's Milena. She was in the elevator with her housekeeping cart, the one that could have been taken to our room. The elevator doors opened, and she hit one of the buttons. Before exiting the elevator, she pushed her cart into the opening to block the doors from closing, then stepped around it. She was back in under a minute. Where did she get off? I asked. Jordan stopped the video. Same floor as Camilla. Do you think Milena saw her? I have no idea. Let's check a couple of these other screens and see if we can catch them in the hallway. I don't see them, I said. Me neither. Milena returned to the elevator, then rode up one floor. Here's where she's getting off at our. The screen jumped a few hours ahead. I sat back in my chair and crossed my arms over my chest. We need to get that missing footage. Chapter 10. There wasn't much for us to do, except wait for Jose to get in touch with us. We tried to enjoy the resort by having a quiet dinner and a cocktail at the outdoor bar, and seeing the nightly entertainment. However, an energy I couldn't quite shake buzzed around me. The murder didn't stay out of my thoughts for long. The next morning, Jordan nudged me awake. Look at this, Sam. With a groan, I opened my eyes and squinted at his phone, but couldn't make out what was on the screen. Let me get my glasses. After fetching them from the nightstand, I sat up in bed and took the phone from him. What does this say? I asked, yawning. I wasn't ready to let go of my slumber. I put it through the translator, and it's the log of who accessed security footage on the day of the murder. Oh. Now he had my full attention. I thought he was going to send over the key card access reports. Apparently, he doesn't have them yet. This should be interesting, though. We perused the list. Obviously, security was recorded, then a few managers from all over the resort, as well as housekeeping to the various restaurants to the kitchen. I double-checked the housekeeping login and noted Milena had reviewed footage in the morning. Something had been going on in one of the kitchens, as that manager had logged in multiple times throughout the day. However, one name jumped out to both of us, Caesar. He'd logged in many times, as well as during the hours we'd pinpointed Milena's murder had taken place. If he wasn't watching us so closely, I would hesitate to think he's somehow involved, I said. He's kind of given his hand away. But why is he making it so easy for us to name him as the killer? I asked, shaking my head. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he's covering for Camilla, Jordan offered. I don't know. The way he yelled at her when he caught her and Milena fighting doesn't make me think he's got any personal connection to her. Maybe he didn't think we'd actively try to find the killer ourselves, Jordan said. Perhaps he thought we'd just sit back and take whatever came our way. You may be right, I said. I think we need some coffee and churros, Jordan declared, throwing back the covers. That should help us get these brains functioning so we can figure this out. Sugar and caffeine. Yes, that would do the trick. After getting dressed, we walked downstairs and out into the breezeway toward the coffee shop. Every now and then, I'd glance up to the cameras and wonder if Caesar was watching us. I feel like I'm in a fishbowl staying at this resort, I muttered. I just know he's staring at us. Try not to let it get to you, Jordan said. He infuriates me, I grumbled. I'd like to punch him in the face. Jordan chuckled. Listen, I'm thinking about a plan, and I may need you to put those acting skills to work and apologize to him. I stopped and set my hands on my hips. Are you serious right now? Yes, I am. He placed his arm around my shoulders. Let's go grab that coffee and churros, then find a nice, quiet area where the cameras can't see us, and I'll tell you about it? This is a terrible plan. I hissed as we walked toward our hotel tower. It's going to be fine, Jordan said. We texted Jose and discovered Caesar had an office on the 3rd floor of our hotel tower. I wasn't sure what I disliked most about this idea: apologizing to Caesar or the fact we may be caught breaking into his office. Wait here, Jordan said once we were in the lobby. I'm going up to the 4th floor and map out the cameras. Why? I'm hoping that each floor is a carbon copy of the next, so I'm assuming everything will be the same: room number and cameras. We have the number for Caesar's office, so I should be able to figure out where the cameras are in relation to his office. Okay, please be careful. Yes, ma'am. He gave me a quick kiss and headed for the elevators. Taking a seat, I stared out the floor-to-ceiling windows at all the people enjoying their vacation in paradise. A pang of envy stabbed at my insides. Why did our vacations always end up in turmoil? Would we ever be allowed to actually enjoy a trip instead of solving a crime? When the doors slid open and a blast of warm air hit my face, I turned to find Caesar walking in. He didn't meet my gaze. Instead, he seemed preoccupied with something else. As he hurried over to the elevators, I hoped he didn't figure out Jordan was casing the joint. A few minutes later, Jordan returned. He sat down, his gaze jumping all around the lobby. Okay, I have a really good idea of where Caesar's office is and the cameras. So now, we need to come up with the details of the plan. He just went upstairs no more than 5 minutes ago, I said. Do you think you can do this? Jordan asked. Did I want to apologize to Caesar? No. Would I? Yes. I don't see why not. Give me 5 minutes? Then have the front desk call him down. What if he locks his office? How are you going to get in? I'm so glad you asked, and I'd been wondering the same thing. He pulled a keycard from his pocket. When I was up on the 4th floor, I also found Milena's housekeeping card. It had the master key. What? I shrieked. Shish, Jordan brought his finger to his mouth and glanced around to see if my outburst had drawn any attention. The 4th floor is getting remodeled. There's no one there, and I noticed the cart shoved into what used to be a small seating area. Someone dumped it. Yes. Only construction is going to the 4th floor right now. It could possibly sit there for weeks without being discovered. So that was Camilla's at the murder scene. Yes. If Camilla was the killer, why was I about to eat crow with Caesar? Remember, give me 5 minutes, Jordan said. Then call for Caesar. I'll text you when I've searched his office, and we'll meet back in the room. He returned to the elevators, and I pulled out my phone to check the time. After 5 minutes passed, I took a deep breath, stood and walked over to the front desk. Showtime. Ms. Jones, the clerk greeted me, grinning. What can I do for you? Tall, thin, with slicked-back black hair and chiseled facial features, he reminded me of all the devastatingly handsome men in Hollywood looking for their big break. His name tag read Romeo. How appropriate. I'd like to speak to Caesar, please. Let me phone him? I turned and stared out the windows again, noting the wind had picked up, causing the palm trees to sway more than usual. Listening to the rapid-fire Spanish Romeo spoke, I wished I knew what he was saying. Ms. Jones, Caesar said he would like you to come up to his office. I shook my head and turned back to Romeo. I had given thought to an answer in case Caesar wanted me in his office. I'd prefer if he came down here. I don't like being in places with men I don't know. His face paled. Oh, see. Yes, of course. Let me relay the message. After more Spanish, he set down the phone. He'll be right down. Thank you. I'll wait over there for him. I returned to the table I'd been at before. Set aside from the people coming and going, it would be a quiet place for me to apologize to Caesar. My mouth tasted sour already. I'd rather hit him in the face. Ms. Jones, he said from halfway across the lobby. A huge grin was plastered his smarmy face, like he'd never tried to lay his hands on me. I smiled and stood to my full height, taking the stance that Cassie from As the World Turns would have taken when she was making someone feel comfortable, right before she slit their throat. Hello, Caesar, I said. Thank you for taking a few minutes away from your busy schedule to see me. Of course. He sat down. I do see a lot of you, though. Not face to face, but through the cameras. He shrugged. This is true. I got the feeling he enjoyed spying on us, and enjoyed it even more we were aware of it. You have to keep an eye on the murder suspects for the police. He nodded, his smile fading. Yes. That is what was requested of me. What can I do for you? I balled my hand in my lap and relaxed my shoulders. As an Emmy Award-winning actress, this should be the easiest gig I'd ever done, yet I had a hard time getting past my intense dislike for the man. My feelings bordered on outright hatred, and I hated very few people. My former agent, my former co-star, and my late husband came to mind. Caesar was almost there. I wanted to apologize for yelling at you in the breezeway earlier. Cue the tears. As they fell down my cheeks, I quickly wiped them away. This whole experience has been so stressful for me, I guess. I took it out on you and I placed my forehead in my hands and my elbows on my knees and sobbed, a really good ugly cry. Oh Sam, it's okay. He laid his hand on my shoulder, and the desire to physically lash out welled within. I'm sorry I've had to watch you. That's on direct orders from Detective Chavez. I should have been more careful so that you didn't see me, and I shouldn't have told you about the cameras. I continued sobbing as he patted my shoulder. I'm so sorry, Ms. Jones, he continued. Por favor. I had no idea I was affecting you this way. After inhaling deeply, I lifted my head and met his gaze. Based on his wide-eyed surprised look, I had black mascara streaks down my face. Let me get you a tissue. He stood and hurried over to the desk, then returned with a box. Thank you, I whispered as I pulled one out. I blotted my face and sighed. Again, I'm so sorry. Apology accepted, but it wasn't necessary. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out. All clear. I stood. Thank you again for taking the time to meet me, I said. I'm going to head back to my room and freshen up. Of course. If there's anything I can do to make your stay more enjoyable, please let me know. How about you quit spying on our every move? With a nod, I headed for the elevator, bile rising in my throat. Apparently, my performance had been convincing enough, but that didn't mean I'd enjoyed groveling to Caesar. When I got to the room, Jordan lay on the bed staring up at the ceiling, defeat written on his face. You didn't get it, I said. He shook his head, then sat upright and clenched his fists in his lap. I searched every inch of that place. It's not there. I sighed and sat down next to him. I was so sure Caesar was involved. Just because I couldn't find it, doesn't mean he wasn't responsible for erasing the footage. For all we knew, he carried it on his person, and I wasn't about to get that close to him. Jordan grabbed my hand as helplessness weighed on my shoulders. We'll get this figured out, he said, but for the first time since we'd been told we were murder suspects, I wasn't sure I believed him. Chapter 11. I stared at the ceiling during the dead of the night, wondering what clues we were missing. If Camilla was the killer, why would she take Melena's cart and leave her own at the murder scene? And why would she dump it? Her keycard and the pendant I believed belonged to her were found there. Perhaps she'd been in a hurry, or maybe someone was trying to set her up, but that didn't make any sense. The killer would have to get her key, steal her pendant, and take her cart. To achieve that, I assumed there'd have to be a physical altercation because I didn't understand how anyone could get a necklace off someone without them knowing. At some point, Camilla had been at the murder scene. Jordan's phone buzzed on the nightstand next to him as he softly snored. When it went off again, I threw back the covers, slipped on my glasses, and walked around the bed to see who was texting him at 2 a.m. Jose. Jordan grumbled something, then rolled over. I took the phone and tiptoed into the bathroom. I hadn't been sleeping, so I may as well be sleuthing. I gently shut the door, turned on the light, then set down the lid of the toilet. As I took a seat, I was grateful that Jordan and I had the type of relationship where we trusted each other fully. I had face recognition on his phone, as well as the password, and he had the same access to mine. I wouldn't want to be with someone where device access is denied. The phone didn't recognize my face. Apparently, my curly hair was out of control more than usual thanks to the humidity. I punched in the passcode, then pulled up the text. There were two. Being that they were in Spanish, I quickly jumped over to the translator. The first text read, "Camilla left before the murder." No proof, so I would have to trust that Jose was being truthful. When I put the second file's title into the translator, I discovered I was looking at the key card access log for the day of the murder. Unfortunately, I quickly determined it was for the full resort, elevators, rooms, offices. I studied it carefully and tried to decipher which column depicted the happenings on that one elevator that led to the presidential suite in the club tower. I tried to recall the number of the elevator that accessed it. The multiple squares of video footage had each been numbered. Maybe they corresponded with the numbers on the keycard access logs. And to make things just a little more difficult, the logs were in military time. With a curse, I stood and snuck out of the bathroom, then fetched the laptop and USB. Jordan continued to snore. I returned to my place on the throne, opened the laptop, and shoved in the USB. I balanced the computer on my legs while glancing at the phone in my hand. It took a couple of replays before I found the right elevator, but eventually I discovered that I'd been correct. The numbers on the video footage corresponded with the numbers on the keycard log. I'd finally discovered who had accessed our room while we were at the beach when the murder had been committed. In my excitement, I debated whether to rouse Jordan but decided against it. What if I found absolutely nothing? There was no point in both of us being up all night. As I scrolled down, I calculated the military time and found about when we checked in. Then, I fast-forwarded the elevator footage on the laptop so it synchronized with the keycard logs. Caesar, Jordan, and I stepped into the elevator. He swiped his keycard, and I found the corresponding timestamp on the logs. The video jumped to when Jordan and I returned from the beach. To my utter disappointment, the keycard access logs showed the same gap as the video footage. I swore again and fought the urge to throw the phone across the bathroom. Someone knew exactly what they were doing to cover up their involvement in the killing. After taking a deep breath, I set aside the computer and studied the access logs from early in the day. Caesar had been in the presidential suite multiple times prior to our arrival, as had Melena. At one point during the mid-morning hours, both had accessed the room minutes apart. What did it mean? Perhaps they both had business in the suite. Melena was head of housekeeping, and Caesar was manager of the club tower. Or perhaps it was something far more sordid, like they were having an affair and meeting in the room for their clandestine adventures. It's something to think about, I muttered, then set the phone on top of the laptop and debated whether I should take a sleeping pill. I yelped when a knock sounded at the door. Sam? Are you okay? Yes. I sighed, my heart pounding. Come on in. Jordan opened the door, then sleepily eyed my laptop and his phone on the sink. What are you doing? Jose sent over the logs for the key card access to the presidential suite. I was trying to match them up with timestamp and elevator number on the videos. His eyes widened. What did you find? I found that whoever erased the video footage also got their paws on the key card access data and deleted that as well. Jordan's shoulders slumped as he leaned against the door jamb and crossed his arms over his chest. Figures. Someone has covered all their bases, I said. He shook his head. Whoever killed Milena is clever. Not the usual idiots you find committing crimes. Maybe they're familiar with breaking the law. The one person we know who does so daily is the pool bartender Alex, Jordan said, then yawned. Maybe he did go from drug dealing to murder, especially if he's got cartel connections. But why kill his girlfriend? Jordan shrugged. Maybe Milena was going to out Alex to management, or even the police. Caesar and Camilla had been on my radar, not Alex. He probably should have been though, simply because he was the one with a criminal background. What about Camilla? I asked. Her cart was at the scene. She was there. I know. Jordan shook his head. It's all so confusing. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then Jordan asked, Are you going to spend the night in the bathroom? I shook my head and stood, stretching my arms over my head. I'm coming back to bed. Jordan grabbed his phone, and I took the computer. After setting it back on the desk, I crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I'm having trouble sleeping, I mumbled. I gathered that. It's like we're trapped. We're always being watched, and someone is one step ahead of us. Jordan remained silent, but he wasn't snoring, so I assumed he was thinking. A few moments passed. Maybe that's what we need to do, he said. What? We've been searching, looking for things. Maybe it's time for us to stop that, and just observe. I pulled the covers down and glanced his way in the darkness. So just do nothing? Yes. We wait and watch. That doesn't feel like we're being very proactive. Think about what we learned when we sat by the pool, Jordan said. We learned that you shouldn't drink too many palomas. He chuckled and grabbed my hand. We did. But we also learned how Alex is selling his drugs. We found out Caesar was watching us. Maybe we just need to sit back and do more surveillance. See who speaks to who. I stared at the ceiling. Maybe just follow a few people around. Try to enjoy our time here, Jordan said. I don't know if I can do that. Tomorrow, let's ignore Caesar. We'll turn the tables on him and everyone else. We'll just observe. I closed my eyes, unsure if it was a good plan or not. Who was to say Detective Chavez wouldn't show up in the morning, ready to slap the cuffs on us? The next morning, we were roused by someone pounding on our door. I groaned as Jordan scrambled to open it. He looked through the peephole, cursed, then turned to me. Get dressed, Sam. Who is it? I rolled out of bed and found my shorts and tank top from the previous night. He glanced through the peephole again. It's Detective Chavez. He opened the door slightly. Good morning, Detective. Give us a minute to get dressed, okay? Of course, sir. I took some deep breaths and tried to calm my pounding heart and racing thoughts while I threw on my sundress from the prior day. Was he going to arrest us? What does he want? I whispered. Jordan shrugged as he quickly dressed. His mouth sat in a fine line, so I knew he was worried as well. He raked his fingers through his salt and pepper hair, then took a deep breath and walked back to the door. After opening it, he stepped aside. Detective Chavez strode in, his hair greased back, every strand lying in a perfect line. I admired the precision and ran a hand over my unruly rat's nest. Good morning, he said. I'm sorry to bother you so early, but I have some questions. I glanced around the room, realizing there wasn't a lot of space for the three of us to sit comfortably. Maybe we should go down to the lobby? Chavez shook his head. I don't want our conversation to be overheard. He turned to Jordan. You said you were once Policia. Have you checked the room for bugs? Jordan's gaze widened in surprise, then settled his features impassively, or what I like to call his cop face. I have. Good. Let's try to get comfortable. Chavez sat on the small couch, while Jordan and I perched on the edge of the bed. What can we do for you, detective? I stuttered, wiping my sweaty palms on my dress. You're here at the hotel. I wanted to get your feedback on who you think is involved in Milena's murder. What do you mean? I asked, thoroughly confused. The conversation had taken a turn I hadn't expected. I thought he was going to press us about being the killers. He sighed and stared at the floor for a long moment. My English must not be as good as I thought. I want you to tell me what you've noticed about the suspects in this case. Jordan and I exchanged glances. Who are the suspects? I asked. Chavez smiled and laced his hands in his lap. You said you both have experience in solving murders. So why don't you tell me? Did he not have anyone in mind for the killer? Jordan and I remained quiet. Let me share what I was thinking right after the murder, and what I am thinking now, Chavez continued. He leaned forward and placed his elbows on his knees. At first, I thought this might be a cartel hit. It's very rare for a murder to take place on a resort property, especially a 5-star place such as this. But every now and then, an employee or the employee's family gets involved in the cartel. Maybe Milena had family that had been in the cartel, then opted to leave. The cartel threatened the death of a family member, and then followed through. Or maybe her parents or brother or sister owned a store and didn't make their weekly payment. The punishment for missing the payment was killing Milena. The killing of resort employees usually runs along these storylines. I nodded, but settled my features in a neutral position. Personally, I thought the detective was wrong in his assumptions, but I'd keep that feeling to myself. Why do you think it's something different? I asked. Jordan took my hand in his. His forefinger moved over my palm in the same motion, over and over, and I realized he was spelling out no. Message received. No information was to be given. I squeezed his fingers, letting him know I understood. Milena's family doesn't have connections. Her parents both work at resorts here in Cancun, and they are clean. Her brother is studying to be a doctor. I can't find any links there either. And why commit the hit at the resort, with all these people around, unless it was the only place they could get to her? He shook his head. Usually, some knowledge would have dropped from the tree by now, but I have nothing. I think I'm wrong. I don't think the cartel has anything to do with it. As the detective stared at us, my gaze flitted to the ground. The stress of the situation closed around us, making the room feel even smaller. Jordan cleared his throat. Detective, do you still believe we're suspects? I glanced up and caught Chavez shaking his head. I think this was an inside job. Someone here at the hotel had an issue with Milena. And why do you think that? Jordan asked. Because no one is talking to me. And to top it off, the security footage is gone, and so is the keycard access logs. You can't get to any of that, so I know it isn't you. He lifted his hands to the side, as if asking a question. Who can see the footage and keycard logs? Someone who works here. It's an inside job. Chapter 12. Despite my desire to spill everything we'd learned, which wasn't much, we sat stone-cold silent. Like you mentioned, we don't have access to keycard logs or security footage, so I don't know how much help we can offer, Jordan said. At this point, you know more than we do. I disagreed. We were a few steps ahead of the detective, but he didn't need to know that. What happens to the deleted footage? I asked. Is it just gone? Chavez shook his head. As far as I can tell, it has been deleted. But it could have been copied to a USB, Jordan suggested. It's possible. Although Jordan had searched Caesar's office for a USB, and come up empty, it was nice to know we had been on the right track. He shrugged and leaned forward. But why would someone want to keep it? Bribery? Jordan offered. Extortion? If it is an inside job, wouldn't the footage already be off the resort? I asked. Anyone could have deleted it to a USB, shoved it in a bag, and left with it after the murder. No. The resort runs its security pretty tight, and we've helped them beef it up after the robbery. Employees must bring clear bags to work. Everyone goes through a metal detector on the way in and on the way out. Security at the employee entrance also has hand wands they use. Not a lot of trust in the employees, Jordan mused. You're correct. Believe it or not, the resorts don't pay well. Most of the employees rely on visitor tips. A lot of them are desperate, and some take to stealing. Whether it's food or something they can sell, the resorts watch the workers very carefully. Chavez sighed, then stood, a cue he would be leaving soon. With the hotel security and my men talking to the employees behind the scenes, they are frightened. I was once again surprised there'd been a police presence at the hotel. We hadn't noticed anyone in uniform, which meant they'd stayed out of the visitor areas and remained in the inner workings of the hotel. It had been why Chavez got to the presidential suite so quickly. What have the employees been saying to your officers? Jordan asked. As I mentioned, not a lot. They may cast guilt on one person, but then we find out that person wasn't even working that day. No one has given us any real solid leads. Getting that deleted footage would be very helpful. Maybe whoever deleted the files just tossed the USB with the garbage, I offered. Perhaps you're correct, Ms. Jones. I was hoping they'd be sitting on it, but I can't figure out why someone would. And perhaps I won't be able to discover Milena's murderer. He shrugged, and I felt a little bit of guilt settle into my chest for not sharing what we'd discovered. We had a bunch of pieces to the puzzle, but we weren't sure how they all fit together. Please let us know when you have the killer so we can leave, I said, also standing. We're ready to go home. Although we really didn't have a home, we still landed in Haywood, Arizona, between our trips, and stayed in an apartment above the store I used to own, sage advice. We'd like to leave sooner rather than later, Jordan said. I'll see what I can do, Chavez said. Right now, I'd like you to stay at least another day or two so I can try to wrap this up. Another officer will be by to get your statements again. If you talk to someone and hear anything that can help me, I would appreciate a call. He left a business card on the desk. Oh, and if we do find the killer and there is a trial, you may be requested to come testify. But for now, enjoy the resort. He showed himself to the door. After the resounding click of the door closing, we stood in silence for a long while. Jordan finally turned to me. I think we're in the clear. With a sigh of relief, I nodded. Me too. I'd still feel better if we found the killer though, just to be safe. I don't want Chavez becoming irritated no one is talking to him, and decide he's going to pin the murder on us just to close the case. He walked over and placed his hands on my shoulders. What do you think about seeing this through? Agreed. I slipped my arms around his waist and laid my head on his chest. I think Milena deserves justice. We don't know anything about her family, but I'm sure they want the killer caught and justice served. Jordan nodded, disentangled himself from my embrace and began to pace. We know security and management has access to both the video footage and the logs. We only have one person on our suspect list who checks the boxes, and that's Caesar. But he really doesn't have a motive that I can see. However, Camilla does. Milena's ex-boyfriend does as well, even though he seems pretty harmless. Alex down at the poolside bar may be a very bad man, especially if he's got cartel connections. Those are the people who have motives. Not Caesar. Then why is he watching us? I placed my hands on my hips and shook my head, very perplexed. I don't know. He said he was keeping tabs on us for the police. If that's the case, then we shouldn't see him as much as we did before, Jordan said. Do we agree on that? Yes, unless Chavez just lied to us and we are still suspects. In that case, Caesar will continue to watch our every move. That's true, Jordan replied, then sighed. But why would he ask if I've checked the room for bugs? I shrugged, then crossed my arms over my chest. I have no idea, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't fully trust him. He could have had everything he said planned out to break down our defenses, so we'd answer any questions he had. Maybe he was checking out our room to look for evidence. That seems a little far-fetched, Sam. If that's true, he's an excellent actor. I rolled my eyes. Come on, Jordan. Detectives deceive people all the time during investigations. The timeless good cop, bad cop play comes to mind. Okay, that's fair. I've participated in that myself many times. So now that I'm really thinking about it, I'd rather find the killer so we know we are truly in the clear and not being played. Then let's get to work. We started with a coffee and churro, then settled into some cushy chairs in the main lobby. They offered us a perfect view of the valet stand, but we were far enough out of the way so that we wouldn't be noticed. Newly arrived visitors moved through the lobby, while others ran through the checkout process. Which one is Diego? Jordan asked. The shorter one to the left of the lady with the blue dress, on picking up the black suitcase and loading it into the van. I adjusted my big sun hat. I'd chosen it to hide my unruly salt and pepper curls, and hopefully blend into the crowd a little better. Gotcha. Impressive description there, detective. I smiled and sipped my latte, unsure of what we'd find during our day of observing, but I hoped we'd see something that would lead us to the killer. Caesar hurried back and forth across the lobby a few times, but never glanced our way. We were either hidden in plain sight, or he'd received word not to watch us so closely. About an hour passed, my churro and coffee long gone. Do you want another latte? Jordan asked. I've got to use the bathroom, and then I was going to pick one up for myself. Yes, please. At some point we're going to have to discuss a late breakfast or early lunch. Got it. I'll be back. As he walked off down the breezeway, I suddenly felt quite alone and very exposed. My gaze jumped around as I searched for Caesar or the cops. Why was I so uneasy? Sinking down in my chair, I focused again on the valet stand, convinced my imagination was getting the best of me. After a few minutes, I glanced around for Jordan. What was taking him so long? To my surprise, I found Camilla walking toward the valet area. At first, I wasn't sure it was her because she didn't wear her housekeeping uniform, but then certainty settled in when she glanced my way a few times, and I was able to see her face. She stood just off to the side for a moment, then waved when Diego looked in her direction. He gave her a small nod, and she moved against the far wall, where she would be out of the way and almost invisible in the hustle and bustle if I hadn't seen her earlier. What do we have going on here? I whispered, sitting up in my chair. I hadn't given any thought to a connection between Diego and Camilla, but apparently there was one. Jordan returned and handed me my coffee. The line was long, he said. And they were out of churros, so I got us. Sit down, I said, grabbing his arm and pulling him into his seat. And try to be as inconspicuous as possible. What's going on? Look to the left. The woman against the wall. See her? Is that Camilla? Yes. What's she doing? He handed me my coffee. I believe she's waiting to have a chat with Diego. Huh. I wasn't aware they knew each other. Me neither. Camilla pulled out her phone and stared at the screen. Every now and then she'd glance up and look around the lobby, but never in Diego's direction. Was she concerned about being seen? Once Diego loaded some visitors' luggage into the van, he hurried over to her. His shoulders bunched as she talked, her eyes wide as her hands flailed around, indicating it seemed to be an intense conversation that caused both of them distress. I'd give up my coffee to be a fly on that wall, Jordan said. A Spanish-speaking fly, I corrected. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to understand them. Yes. Correct? My mistake. What do you think they're arguing about? I asked. Jordan shook his head. Maybe a lover's spat? Pursing my lips, I narrowed my gaze. Do you think so? I don't know. I'm spitballing here. We watched for a few more minutes, then Camilla stormed off. What do we know right now that can be applied to this situation to figure out what it means? Jordan asked. I sipped my coffee and gave it some thought. Well, we know that Diego and Milena were once an item, and he never really got over her. Did Diego and Camilla get together after he and Milena broke up? I doubt it. He called her evil. Maybe he changed his mind. Or he was lying. Jordan sipped his coffee while staring at the valet area. What if Camilla had the hots for Diego, but he didn't reciprocate because he couldn't get over Milena? I'd never thought of that, but it's certainly a possibility, I replied, arching an eyebrow. So, Camilla killed Milena to get her out of the way so she could have Diego to herself? Jordan shook his head. We already know Camilla wasn't on site when the murder happened. Or she was, and we're being lied to. Also a possibility. I sat back in my chair, trying to figure out where to go next. There was something right in front of me, and it felt like cobwebs had formed in my eyes, making me unable to see it. Someone has woven a tangled web, I muttered. Chapter 13. We hung around the lobby a little bit longer, waiting for another one of our suspects to appear and speak to Diego, but he continued to haul luggage and greet people. There were no further developments. Keeping with our promise to only observe, Jordan and I meandered down to the pool and sat at one of the tables at the outdoor Italian joint located right off the main pool. We each ordered a glass of wine and shared some garlic bread. This is a perfect location to watch Alex, I said. It looks like we're just enjoying an early lunch. Exactly. Jordan took a sip of his wine. Keep your sunglasses on in case we're made. That way, no one can be sure exactly what we're doing. I nodded and glanced around. The party was in full swing once again. Another dance contest. More trivia. Kids jumping into the pool. Toddler meltdowns. Every day was the same, but slightly different as new people arrived and other vacationers left. Did the staff ever get tired of pretending each guest was their favorite? Of the constant pulsing of the music? The screaming kids and drunk adults? I imagined it would be fun for a while, but quickly wear on one's nerves. Well, this is a new development, Jordan said. I'd become so engrossed in the happenings around the pool, I'd taken my focus off Alex. What's going on? I think he's changed the way he's dealing. I squinted toward the bar. What does that mean? He's not passing product at the bar itself. I think he's making the drop at the towel stand. An hour passed before Alex had another deal come through, and I could see what Jordan was referencing for myself. Here we go, Jordan said. Watch him. Can I get you something else? Our waiter asked. I didn't dare take my gaze off Alex. Sure, Jordan said. We'll each have another glass of wine and some more bread. Fried zucchini too. After our server left, I said, I don't think I can eat another breadstick. Me neither, but we had to order something so they don't kick us out. At the bar, the man in the green bathing suit had slid the money to Alex, who then pointed at the towel cabana and held up 10 fingers. Alex then handed him his margarita. A few moments passed, then Alex came around the bar and walked across the pool deck to the stacked towels. He reached inside, then headed back to the bar. I glanced over at Jordan. He held his phone in front of him. Then to my utter horror, he stood and hurried over to the cabana. Oh my gosh, I whispered. I took a sip of my wine to calm my nerves. What's he doing? My gaze flitted from Alex, who was now behind the bar and watching Jordan very carefully, to the man in the swim trunks, who had his back to Jordan and was sipping a beer. I realized Jordan was filming. He'd caught Alex in action, and was now getting the goods on video. What could he be thinking? I groaned and placed my elbows on the table and my head in my hands. If Alex was indeed involved with the cartel, Jordan had just stepped into the middle of danger. After a minute, he returned to the table, Alex following his every move. "What are you doing?" I hissed. "I've got everything recorded," Jordan said, smiling. "The buy, the delivery, and the drugs in the towel cabana." "Are you out of your mind? Did you take the drugs?" "No. They're still there." Alex's customer walked over to the cabana and retrieved his purchase, then returned to his poolside chair. "Jordan, if Alex is involved with the cartel, you are in big trouble messing with the business." I pointed toward the bar. "He saw everything. We'll probably be hanging from a bridge tomorrow." "Don't be so dramatic," Jordan said. "I'm going to use the video to bribe Alex for more information. I think he knows more than he's letting on." I shook my head. "Now you're bribing the cartel member. The sun has baked your brain. You aren't thinking straight." "Relax. It's going to be fine. And we don't know for a fact that he's a cartel member. All we really know is that he's a drug dealer. I also found this." He slid a bunched-up piece of paper across the table. "What is it?" "I don't know. I haven't run it through a translator yet, but it's addressed to Alex, and it's signed with a M, so I'm assuming it's from Milena." After unfolding the paper, I stared at it for a long minute, wishing I'd paid attention in Spanish class. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the translation app, then typed in the message. "What does it say?" Jordan asked. "It says, 'I know what you did.'" Jordan let out a slow whistle. "I wonder what it was. What did Milena have on him?" "I don't know," I said, shaking my head. "But we don't even know if this is from Milena." "My guess is it is," Jordan replied. "Alex did something. Milena caught him and threatened to go to the police or tell someone, then he killed her to keep her quiet." "But why keep the note in the towel cabana?" I asked. "With it still being there, I don't think he was aware of it." "That's true. I should have thought that through a little better." I turned back to the pool and stared at the towel cabana. Whoever placed the note knew Alex was sometimes delivering the drugs in there. Would Milena be aware of something like that? Jordan shrugged. "I don't see why not. Alex could have mentioned it during pillow talk. If that note is from Milena, then she's not referencing dealing the drugs. She was dating him and had to know. She's referring to something else. Or maybe the note is from someone else whose name starts with an M, and they're telling Alex that they know he killed Milena." I mentally rifled through our suspects. None of their names began with M, only the murder victim. Was there someone else involved we weren't aware of? Jordan stood, snapped a picture of the note, then waved our waiter over. "We'll just be gone a couple of minutes. Can you please hold our table?" "Of course, sir. No problem." Jordan turned to me. "Let's go talk to Alex." I followed him across the pool deck, my heart racing. Alex scared me. What if he was a cartel member? We've been told that he was bad news and volatile. Why was Jordan poking the proverbial bear? Even low-rung drug dealers had deadly associates. The last thing the cartel wanted was someone messing in their business. Didn't Jordan understand the potential danger we were in, with him directly confronting Alex? This was exactly how my late husband had gotten into trouble, taking risks, thinking he was smarter than dangerous people. The memory of finding his body flashed through my mind, and I had a moment of dizziness. The music thumped louder as we approached the bar, a salsa beat that normally would have made me want to dance. Instead, it felt ominous, like a soundtrack to our impending doom. "Hey, Alex," Jordan said, flashing his best George Clooney grin as he leaned casually against the bar. "How's it going?" Alex looked up from the lime he was cutting, his knife pausing mid-slice. For just a second I caught something in his eyes, surprise? Fear? Then his expression went blank. "What can I get you?" he said, wiping down the bar with jerky, aggressive movements. He wouldn't meet Jordan's gaze. I noticed how his hands trembled slightly as he reached for a clean glass. A bead of sweat had formed at his hairline despite the ocean breeze, and he kept glancing toward the breezeway as if he expected or feared someone might appear. How about some answers? Jordan placed the crumpled note on the bar, smoothing it out with deliberate slowness. Alex's knife clattered to the cutting board. He stared at the paper, his face draining of color. Where did you get this? At your delivery station, Jordan said, his voice steady but with an edge I'd rarely heard. Just now? When you were over there? Alex's voice cracked slightly on the last word. He began wiping his hands over and over, though they already looked clean. Yes? What were you doing? Alex asked, finally looking at Jordan. The muscle in Alex's jaw twitched repeatedly. A woman in a red bikini approached the bar, clearly intending to order a drink. Alex's gaze darted to her, then back to us. Just give me a minute, okay? He said with an attempted smile. The woman frowned and moved to the other end of the bar where another bartender was working. I caught her shooting curious glances our way. Let's get back to the note, Jordan said, tapping the paper with his finger. Who wrote this? What did you do, Alex? Alex's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He picked up the lime again, then set it down immediately. I don't know what you're talking about, man. This could be from anyone. Could be, Jordan agreed. But we both know it's not just anyone, don't we? Look, I get a lot of notes. People leave stuff. Complaints about drinks, phone numbers from girls. Alex's laugh sounded forced, almost hysterical. Could be anything. I watched as he unconsciously touched his throat, right where a necklace chain would rest, but no tan line like Camilla had. Phone numbers are usually written on napkins with lipstick and not left in towel cabanas, I interjected. This is different. This is a threat. Alex's eyes snapped to me, and for a moment I saw genuine fear. You don't know what you're messing with. A server approached the bar, Mark, the waiter who'd been so attentive to us earlier. Alex, everything okay? He asked in accented English, glancing between us with obvious concern. You look upset. Everything's fine, Alex snapped, but his voice was too loud. Several people at nearby tables turned to look. Mark didn't move. Are these people bothering you? Should I get security? No. Alex said quickly. No, we're just talking. Business stuff. Mark nodded slowly but didn't leave. Instead, he busied himself wiping down the bar within earshot, clearly eavesdropping. Jordan leaned closer to Alex, lowering his voice. From the looks of this note, it seems that either you did something and Milena found out, and maybe you killed her for it, or you killed Milena and someone else discovered you were the murderer, and now they're trying to blackmail you. Alex's breathing became shallow. He grabbed the edge of the bar so hard, his knuckles went white. That's crazy. You're crazy. Am I? Jordan pulled out his phone. Because I've got video of your little delivery system. Want to see? No. The word exploded from Alex's mouth, loud enough that the entire bar area fell silent for a moment. The woman in the red bikini openly stared now, her Mai Tai forgotten in her hand. Alex seemed to realize he'd drawn too much attention. He forced a smile and waved at the onlookers. Sorry, amigos. Just excited about the soccer game later. A few people chuckled and returned to their conversations, but I noticed Mark was still watching, his brow furrowed with concern. Whatever, man, Alex said, his voice now strong, any worry he'd been exhibiting gone? I don't know what game you think you're playing. This is serious, Alex, I said, keeping my voice gentle but firm. Your girlfriend is dead. If you didn't kill her, can you at least tell us who did? Tell me why you were at the towel cabana, he demanded. Jordan leaned on the bar top, his voice dropping even lower. Because I've got the goods on you, Alex. You either admit you killed Milena, or you tell me who did. If you don't, I'm going to hotel management and the police with what I have. You'll be out of a job, and blacklisted from ever working in a resort again. Alex met his stare. I already told you, I thought it was Camilla. She wasn't here, I said. She left before the murder. We know that. His face went ashen. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again like a fish gasping for air. Behind him, I noticed the other bartender watching us with increasing alarm. Alex suddenly crumpled the note in his fist and shook his head violently. You seem like a nice couple, he said, his voice deadly quiet now, so I'm going to tell you that you are way out of your lane here. I would suggest you delete that video before you get a visit from someone you don't want to see. He leaned across the bar, close enough for one to catch the fierce sweat beading on his upper lip. You're stepping into a nest of alligators, and you will be eaten. You will disappear. The words hung in the air between us like a death sentence. Even the tropical music seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Chapter 14. The silence stretched between us, becoming almost suffocating. Alex's threat hung in the air, you will disappear, and I felt the blood drain from my face. We should go, I whispered to Jordan, tugging at his arm. Now? But Jordan stood his ground, studying Alex with the calculating gaze of a former cop. Who's going to make us disappear, Alex? Your cartel friends? Jordan, I hissed, panic rising in my throat. Stop. Alex glanced around frantically. Mark was still hovering nearby, scrubbing the same spot on the bar he'd done previously, clearly listening. The other bartender had moved closer, ostensibly to restock bottles but obviously concerned about the tension. Did everyone know about Alex's potential cartel connections, or was this news? I imagined he'd want to keep it secret because it could cost him his job, unless there were others in management who were also involved with the cartel. Look, just leave me alone, okay? Delete the video. Forget what you saw. Go enjoy your vacation. Can't do that, Jordan said. Not when a woman is dead. Alex's shoulders sagged in defeat. Then he seemed to make a decision. Meet me tomorrow night, he whispered, so quietly I had to lean in to hear. Midnight. The beach behind the adult-only tower. Come alone. Why would we? Because, Alex interrupted, his eyes darting to Mark and back to us, there are things I can't say here. Things about Milena. About what she found out, things she did that got her killed. Jordan and I exchanged glances. It could obviously be a trap, but it could also be our only chance at getting answers. How do we know you won't murder us? I asked bluntly. Alex almost smiled. Señorita, if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. The people I work with don't make appointments. We returned to our table in silence, both of us shaken. Our food sat untouched, the wine now tasting bitter. But at least we had confirmation Alex did work for the cartel. He hadn't come right out and said it, but his threats conveyed the point quite clearly. Jordan, we are really in over our heads here. We are, he admitted. But we're also close to something. Did you see how he reacted when you mentioned Milena finding something out? He knows exactly what she discovered. Across the pool, Alex was back to serving drinks. Every few minutes, his gaze would flick to our table. I wonder what Milena knew. Whatever it was, it got her killed, Jordan grumbled. We sat in uncomfortable silence, watching the pool party continue around us as if nothing had happened. Children played Marco Polo while their parents sipped cocktails, blissfully unaware that we'd just been threatened by someone with cartel connections. Enjoying your lunch? We both jumped. Caesar stood beside our table, his usual smile firmly in place, but anger flared in his gaze. Caesar, I managed. You startled us. My apologies. He pulled out the empty chair at our table and sat down without being invited. I couldn't help but notice you had an intense conversation with Alex just now. My blood turned to ice. How long had he been watching? Just asking about drink specials, Jordan said casually, but I could see the tautness in his jaw. Caesar's smile never wavered. Alex seemed quite upset after you left. He actually called his boss and asked to leave early today. Said he wasn't feeling well. I glanced toward the bar. Alex was gone. That had happened quickly. In his place stood a different bartender, already serving the growing line of customers. That's too bad, I said. We really didn't have anything to say that would upset him. It must have been something else that made him ill. Perhaps he contracted food poisoning or something. Perhaps. Caesar leaned back in his chair, studying us with those calculating eyes. You know, I've been thinking about our conversation. About how I've been keeping an eye on you for Detective Chavez. What about it? Jordan asked. Well, I received a call from the detective this morning. He said I could ease up on the surveillance. That you two are no longer persons of interest. Relief flooded through me, but it was quickly replaced by suspicion. If we weren't suspects anymore, why was Caesar still watching us? That's wonderful news, I said carefully. Yes, it is. Caesar stood up. Which makes me wonder why you're still asking so many questions. Still investigating poor Milena's death. We're just curious, Jordan said. Hard to relax when someone was murdered in your room. I understand completely. Caesar's smile grew wider. But perhaps it would be better for everyone if you focused on enjoying the rest of your vacation. The pool is lovely this time of day. The beach is perfect for long, peaceful walks. We'll keep that in mind, I said. Excelente. Caesar checked his watch. Well, I should get back to work. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. He walked away, but I noticed he didn't go far. Instead, he positioned himself in the shadows of the breezeway, where he could see over the whole pool area. We have to go to that meeting tomorrow night, Jordan said. No way are we meeting a cartel member on a deserted beach at night, I replied. No way, Jordan. We'll be fish food by morning. He shook his head. I should have never pushed it with Alex. No kidding, I said with a snort. I'm almost afraid to go back to our room. He stared at the pool for a long while. I think we should call Detective Chavez. And say what? We're going to meet the cartel tomorrow night, and we'd appreciate his help in getting off the beach alive? Just let him know what we've stepped into. I glared at him. He'd stepped into this mess with all his bravado and dragged me along with him. You know, I had my doubts about the rumors of Alex being in the cartel. That was obviously a big mistake on my part. He shook his head. I'm sorry about all this, Sam. I shouldn't have been so reckless. I should have given some credence to the grapevine. Jordan pulled out his phone and the card Chavez had left in our room. After dialing, he held the phone up to his ear. Detective, this is Jordan Branson. I was wondering if you had a few minutes to talk with me. He nodded, then told the detective everything, including Alex's threats. Based on the fact I could hear Chavez and he wasn't on speakerphone, he had raised his voice in anger. I told you to enjoy your vacation, he yelled. Not accuse people of murder. Yes, we know that, Jordan said calmly. We should have done what you said. We wanted to help. I think this was all you, I whispered. Not we? Jordan shot me a glare. Let me think, Chavez said. Take your time, Jordan replied. Would you prefer to call me back? Chavez lowered his voice so I could no longer hear him. Jordan nodded as he listened. Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Yes, we'll do as you tell us to. Jordan set his phone down, ate a now cold fried zucchini and sighed. Well? He says to stay away from the beach tomorrow night. Understandable. Great advice in my opinion. And he'd be by either later today or early tomorrow. Told me to make sure our door is locked and to stay inside at night. It was my turn to sigh. I really just want to go home. Jordan tapped his fingers on the table, then suddenly stood up. Let's head upstairs and get our beach bag and swimsuits. We might as well enjoy the pool for a while. We leisurely walked to the club tower and rode the elevator up to our room. Caesar was nowhere to be seen. When we landed at our floor, the doors opened and we once again came face to face with Camilla. Her brown eyes widened in surprise. Today, her shirt was open one more button, and I could see the definitive tan line of where the pendant would have lain. "Hi Camilla," I said. At first, I was tempted to put the murder aside and follow Chavez's orders. Instead, I had to know why she was at the crime scene. "Can we talk just for a minute?" She shook her head. "I'm busy." Ignoring her, I said, "Camilla, I know you were in the suite shortly before Milena was murdered. Your cart was found there, and so was a pendant that looks as if it belonged to you." I pointed to her neck. "Don't forget her name tag," Jordan said. "Yes, and the name tag." I sighed and placed my hands on my hips. "You were there. All I want to know is what happened." I'd fully expected her to be combative as she had been before, but instead she burst into tears. Her shoulders hunched as her body shook, sobs emanating from deep in her soul. Jordan furrowed his brow and glanced at me. I shrugged, having no idea exactly what was happening. Was she truly upset, or was this some type of ruse? "I don't know what to do anymore," she whispered, as she pulled a washcloth from her cart and attempted to wipe away the streaked mascara. This was not the confrontational woman we'd encountered before. "I didn't kill her, but I keep getting phone calls from someone who says I need to confess that I did." Who was trying to convince Camilla to take the fall? Although my interaction with her had been less than friendly, I seethed at the idea that someone wanted her to go to prison for a crime she didn't commit. I knew what it felt like to be falsely accused, to have your life turned upside down by circumstances beyond your control. "Do you know who is calling you?" She shook her head. "I don't know how to prove that I'm innocent." Camilla swiped at more tears, her knuckles white as she gripped the washcloth. This was someone terrified and alone. "We know you didn't murder her," I said. "But I would appreciate you telling me how your cart, pendant, and name tag ended up at the murder scene." "How do you know I'm not the killer?" "Because you were gone at the time she was murdered. We verified that with someone who has access to the information." Camilla's brow furrowed in confusion. "How?" "I was told the records show that I was working that afternoon and evening." "I wasn't. I went home." My hands fisted in anger. Someone was setting her up. "We have the real records. We can prove you weren't at the hotel." 15. Camilla glanced up at the cameras, her tears finally stopping. "I don't want to talk out here," she whispered. "Can we go to your room?" "Of course," Jordan said. "Come on." Camilla pushed her cart, following Jordan and me. I didn't understand why we couldn't talk in front of the elevator. There were cameras in our section of the hall as well. For a brief second, I worried about her actions being some sort of double-cross. Was she going to end our lives once we were in the room, or call someone else to do it? I had no idea who we could trust. It was best not to trust anyone. As Jordan and I walked down the hall, I glanced behind us. I found Camilla looking utterly defeated, not ready to commit murder. The corners of her mouth turned downward, and her shoulder hunched as she pushed the cart. Makeup still streaked her cheeks. This was a woman at her wits' end, and looking for help wherever she could find it. She left her cart out in the hall, then stepped into our room while Jordan held open the door for her. "You can take a seat at the desk," he said. We perched on the side of the bed once again. With an audible sigh, she collapsed in the chair. "Would you like a bottle of water?" I asked. She nodded, and I fetched one for her from the refrigerator, then also grabbed one for myself. I offered one to Jordan, but he declined. I set the water in front of Camilla, and she snatched it greedily with a trembling hand. After opening it, she took a long drink. Dark circles hung below her eyes, and she misbuttoned her wrinkled uniform. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, like someone on the verge of a panic attack. I'd seen enough genuine terror in my life to recognize it, and this wasn't an act, or she was giving an Oscar-winning performance. Her fear seemed real. "I was in that room that day," she finally said, setting down the empty bottle. "What happened?" Jordan asked, his voice soft. "I was so mad at Milena. You saw us fighting when you checked in." "We did. You've also told us you thought you deserved the promotion over her." "Yes. After we fought the first time that day, I went back to cleaning the rooms assigned to me. Then another housekeeper told me that Milena was up in the presidential suite, inspecting her work." She shook her head. "It's so irritating to have someone checking up on you all the time." "Isn't that normal, though?" Jordan asked. "It seems like that's literally her job description." "Sometimes she did, other times she didn't. Most of the time, there were just a few of us. She followed around to make sure we did our jobs." Either Milena was an excellent housekeeper, who only wanted her guests to be treated well, or she feared something had been wrong in the suite that didn't meet the high standards of the hotel. Perhaps she was hiding something there. I was surprised she was in the suite, because we weren't supposed to have anyone check into the room for another week. The previous guests had checked out yesterday, and the room had been cleaned, but a final inspection needed to be done. As far as I knew, it hadn't been. "We didn't book the suite," I said. "Caesar upgraded us when we checked in. Maybe Milena was doing the final inspection then." Camilla shrugged. "Anyway, I went up to the presidential suite to confront her again. I do my job well. I don't like her breathing down my neck. Her promotion should have been mine." We argued and I pushed her. She said she was going to have me, how do you say it, fired. Tears welled in her eyes. I felt like we were getting somewhere close to the truth, but still, too many details weren't jibing with Camilla's recollection of events. "I take it the physical altercation was a little more than a push," I said. "She somehow snatched your pendant from your neck and ripped off your name tag." "This is true," Camilla sniffed. "I grabbed her hair and she was clawing at me." "You're right. It was more than a push." "Did Milena fall?" Jordan asked. "Did she hit her head at all?" "She fell, but she landed on her bottom. When I left, she was standing in the middle of the living room, yelling that she'd make sure I'd never work in another hotel again, and I would be without a home." "How did you end up with her cart?" I asked as her tears began to track down her cheeks again. "I must have been so upset, I grabbed the wrong one." Using the towel, she once again rubbed her face. "But I promise you, she was standing when I walked out. I didn't kill her." Sobs racked her body again. If I hadn't been certain she was gone during the murder, I'd wonder if we were being played. The whole performance seemed a little over the top, but she was obviously under a great deal of stress. "I swear she was alive when I left," she said, her voice laced with desperation. "We believe you," Jordan said. Her shoulders slumped in relief as she took some deep breaths. I almost wanted to take her into an embrace to attempt to soothe her, but I still had alarm bells going off. Trust no one. I'd had trust issues my whole life. Growing up in Oakland with an alcoholic mother, I'd learned I couldn't count on her, or anyone for that matter. When I'd made it big in Hollywood, I quickly realized people who I thought were my friends only wanted something from me, and it was usually money for their social causes. Trusting my now dead husband had caused me to be blacklisted from Hollywood, accused of murder, and I'd lost everything. Yes, being forced to start over had led to a beautiful new life, but people needed to earn my trust now. It wasn't given. "Tell us what you did after you left the presidential suite," I urged. "I went and put away my cart, and then I left the property." "Did you realize you'd grabbed the wrong cart?" "No. I was so furioso I didn't." "After you put the cart away, you went home?" Jordan asked. "Or did you make any other stops?" "I took the bus home. I was going to stop at the grocery store, but I was too cansada, tired." "Did you talk to anyone on the ride home?" "No." "Do you live alone?" Jordan asked. I have a roommate, but she spent the night with her novio, her boy that is a friend. I was home alone. Her boyfriend, I corrected, and Camilla nodded. She truly didn't have an alibi, unless the city and the bus line had CCTV. Something to ask Chavez about. When did you realize that you were missing your pendant? I asked. After I got home, I undressed to shower. My chain was stuck in my bra, and I realized the pendant was gone. I wasn't sure where I lost it though. I figured during my fight with Milena, but I wasn't positive. Did you think you'd get it back? Jordan asked. I was hopeful. I decided I'd apologize to Milena, and maybe she'd return it, and I could keep my job. She'd attacked her boss, and was optimistic she'd get her job back. Unbelievable. Who in their right mind would consider such a thing? Now tell us about these phone calls you're receiving, he continued. It's an hombre, a man. I don't recognize his voice. And what's he saying? I asked. He's telling me to go to the police and confess to Milena's murder, or he'll hurt my familia, my parents and 2 brothers. I rolled my eyes. If that didn't sound like cartel, I didn't know what did. Obviously, Alex was at the center of this threat, and most likely the murderer. Have you gone to the police about any of this? Jordan asked. Camilla shook her head. I hear rumors the cartel has people in the department. I'm afraid to tell anyone. I don't know what to do, but I'm not admitting to a murder. I didn't like Milena. I thought I should have gotten the promotion, but I didn't kill her. How many times did she need to repeat it? It seemed like she was trying to convince us of this fact that we'd already accepted as truth. Very strange. Something tickled at the back of my brain, but I couldn't quite grasp it. I need help, Camilla said. I'm scared and don't know what to do. As she and Jordan spoke about her options, I tuned out and reviewed the conversation that had just taken place. Something had piqued my interest, but what had it been? I stood and went to the sliding glass door, then stepped out onto the balcony. Pelicans glided in the air high above, while the ocean stretched endlessly before me, its gentle waves glittering in the afternoon sun. The warm, salty air caressed my skin, and I closed my eyes for a long moment to take it in. Under normal circumstances, this view would have taken my breath away. Instead, it only reminded me how far we were from home, from safety, from any real help. The vacation would have been beautiful if it weren't for bad people doing very bad things. Lovely dinners had been ruined by queasy, nervous stomachs. Lazy days sleeping in, interrupted by the anxiety of wondering if and when we'd be accused of murder and taken into custody. I glanced at my arms. They were almost as white as they'd been when I arrived, not a lot of time for lounging in the sun. How had Jordan and I found ourselves in the middle of cartel activity in a tropical paradise? This was exactly the kind of chaos I'd tried to leave behind when I fled Hollywood, yet it seemed to follow me wherever I went. Again, I was surrounded by dangerous people and deadly secrets. It was as if we were playing a game of cat and mouse, and we didn't know where the cat was hiding. It had sharp claws and excellent vision, and we seemed to be running into walls whichever way we turned. What had Jordan been thinking to confront Alex like that? He'd poked the bear, and now I was deeply afraid we were going to get mauled. Taking a deep breath, I tried to clear the anxiety clenching my chest. The audacity of Camilla thinking she'd get her job back, utterly ridiculous. Frankly, I was surprised she was still employed. Unless someone wanted to keep her around for some reason. Maybe to take the fall for the murder? If they were going to arrest her, it would be best to have her think everything was as normal as possible. After sitting in one of the chairs, I pulled out my phone and studied the murder scene again, searching for something that would give me an indication of the killer. And that was when it hit me. The cart. Chapter 16. I waited until Camilla left before speaking to Jordan about the cart. Nothing had really been settled, except Camilla was afraid to go to the police. The only way we're going to prove who actually killed Milena is to find the missing records, I said. Chavez explained the security for the employees leaving and coming into work. It's extensive. That's right. So if I were going to keep the footage to, say, maybe blackmail someone, I would put it in a place that would be hard to find. Interesting theory. Jordan crossed his arms over his chest. Go on. If that's the case, then we have to look somewhere no one would find it. You already tossed Caesar's office. What about Melena's cart? You said it was on the 4th floor, right? The one under construction? He nodded. Yes. Tucked away in a corner. I found it when I was mapping the security cameras to break into Caesar's office. How well did you search it? Not well at all, he said, furrowing his brow. Why? I think we need to take a look at it. What if the missing key card and security video are hidden in the cart? Jordan's eyes widened. That's an excellent point. When I found it, the master key card was just sitting on top of it. I didn't think to search the rest of the cart. I think we should go now, I said. I feel the proverbial walls closing in. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. You and me both. He pulled it out and studied the screen. Well, this is interesting. What? It's from Jose. He said he's found additional footage missing. My heart skipped a beat. From when? The evening before we arrived. I'm not sure what it means though. He didn't say anything else? Jordan shook his head. I'm not sure what it could mean either. After shoving his phone back in his pocket, he said, Let's go check the 4th floor tonight after hours. I think it would be best to wait until most of the staff has gone for the day. It was the first smart thing he'd said all day. We waited until 9. Since Jordan had already cased the 4th floor to find out where the cameras were, we felt confident we could avoid them once we were there. Let's take the staircase, Jordan said. That's what I did before. No surveillance. As we left the room, I shut the door quietly. Jordan didn't take us by the elevator. Instead, he led me in the opposite direction. Keep your head down, he whispered. Camera up on the left. I lowered my gaze as we hurried by. Jordan quietly opened the door leading to the staircase and motioned me inside, then gently closed it. We walked up the 2 flights of stairs. As Jordan cracked the door and peeked into the hallway, my heart thundered. I wasn't sure if it was from nerves or climbing the stairs. Let's go, he whispered. When I walked into the hall, I was surprised to find the whole floor almost dark except for a few strategically placed temporary work lights. The carpet had been ripped up, so we were treading on cement. The walls had been stripped down to sheetrock, and wiring hung from the ceiling like talons, the shadows resembling claws. If this isn't a perfect place for a horror movie, I don't know what is, I whispered as I gently gripped the back of Jordan's shirt. I know. It's creepy. Let's go this way. It's not the most direct route, but there aren't any cameras. They're located up by the elevator. To see who's coming and going. Swallowing hard past my fear, I continued following Jordan. Here we go, he whispered. The cart had been shoved into a small alcove, a place it wouldn't be found by anyone unless they stumbled upon it. I couldn't imagine the construction crew caring about the wayward cart, so they wouldn't report it. Jordan and I each pulled out our cell phones and turned on the flashlights. Towels, cleaning supplies, toilet paper, bed sheets. There was a lot of stuff to go through, especially trying to find a USB. Well, let's get started, I said, pulling out a stack of sheets. I quickly unfolded each one, then shook it out. Jordan studied each cleaning bottle, then set it aside. A bit of guilt filled my chest while I unfolded the white sheets. A lot of work was being destroyed in a short period of time. Once the sheets sat in a heaping pile, I continued on to the neatly lined white towels, repeating the same process. It's kind of impressive how much stuff they get packed into these things, Jordan said. I'd love to meet the master packer. Can you imagine what their pantry looks like? Or a suitcase when they travel? I shook my head. I can't imagine having the discipline to be this organized. We continued our search, eventually pulling out everything, then running our hands along the shelves. "Tip it over," I said. Jordan flipped it into the pile of sheets, so it didn't make any noise when it landed. We searched the bottom, and once again came up empty. I sat down on the floor, then leaned against the mountain of towels that smelled faintly of bleach. "Now what?" Jordan asked, taking his place next to me. If there was a USB, it wasn't hidden in the linens. I was certain of that. "You checked all the cleaners? Even the bottom of each bottle?" I asked. "Yes." "What about the toilet paper rolls? Did you run your fingers inside the cardboard?" "No." We crawled over to the pile of toilet paper. "Look for any lumps or bumps as well," I said, picking up the first roll. As we worked our way through the pile, defeat started to set in. We were in trouble with the cartel, and it felt like the only way to get out of it was to find the footage of who killed Milena and turn it over to Chavez. "I don't think we're going to find anything," Jordan said, sighing. Considering there were 4 more toilet paper rolls left, I had to agree. When I picked up the second-to-last one, tears of defeat welled in my eyes. Maybe we should sneak out of the hotel and head to the airport. We had enough money to bribe people to let us out of the country if needed. Heck, maybe we could even procure new identification. Renting a car wasn't a bad idea. We could get lost as we drove through Mexico and... I gasped as I ran my fingers along the cardboard tubing. Jordan set down his roll of toilet paper and focused on me. "Did you get it?" I jammed 2 fingers inside. Something was stuck. It feels like something's been taped inside. "Should we unroll the toilet paper so we can rip apart the tube?" "No. I think I've almost got it out." As I scraped my short nails down the side, I felt the tape coming off. A few more swipes, and the USB dropped out of the bottom and into my lap. I tossed the toilet paper to the side and held it up. We don't know if it's the missing data, but we found something. My hands trembled as I held up the small device. After days of feeling helpless, of being threatened and watched, we finally had something that could save us. Jordan nodded. "Something someone doesn't want us to have." I shoved the USB into my pants pocket and glanced around at the mess we'd made. If the perp comes up here and sees this, he or she is going to know that their time is limited. Agreed? Let's try to clean it up as best we can. I'm not going to fold all those sheets. No, we don't have time for that. I'll fold a few and put them in the cart, then the rest can be shoved into the alcove. Can you stack the toilet paper and tissue boxes? We worked quickly, but efficiently. Every second felt like an eternity as we hastily shoved items back into the cart. My heart hammered so loudly, I was sure if someone were to step foot on the floor, they'd hear it. What if they caught us? The USB felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. After we were finished, I took a step back and turned off my flashlight. In the dim light, it didn't seem like anything was out of order. It would pass in the semi-darkness. "Let's go," Jordan said, taking my hand. As we walked down the hall, I thought I heard something. Was that an elevator door opening? Terror shot through me while my breath caught in my throat. Jordan came to a stop, his body going rigid beside me. This was it, we'd been caught. Images flashed through my mind, cartel members, Detective Chavez with handcuffs, Caesar's triumphant smile. "Is that what I think it is?" I whispered. Jordan held his index finger to his mouth and nodded. He gripped my hand and we hurried to the staircase. Panic clawed at my chest as Jordan fumbled with the door handle. Every fiber of my being screamed, "Run!" but I forced myself to wait for him. The footsteps in the hallway seemed to be getting closer, or was that just my imagination? When he finally got the door open, I practically threw myself into the stairwell, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. "Hurry!" I hissed. "Go," he mouthed. "Jordan, come on," I whispered. "Go, Sam. I'll catch up with you." With a curse, I turned and ran down the stairs. A few seconds later, I heard Jordan behind me. The sound of the door closing hadn't echoed in the stairwell, so I assumed he was able to shut it silently. We stopped on the second floor. "Remember to act normal," Jordan said. I nodded as he opened the door, and took some deep breaths to calm my jitters. After wiping my hands on my pants, I squared my shoulders. "Okay, let's go." Jordan stepped out first, then motioned me to follow. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and gripped it firmly, almost as if he were trying to prevent me from running. "Put your arm around my waist," he muttered. "Remember, we're trying not to look too conspicuous." "Right. Just a couple out for a stroll." Getting to our room seemed to take forever. When we finally arrived, we stepped inside. I rushed to grab the laptop from the safe, while Jordan cleared our beach bag from the desk. As we waited for the laptop to power up, I chewed the inside of my cheek. This had to be the evidence we needed. The fact it had been hidden so well indicated how important it was. I shoved the USB into the computer, while Jordan sat down at the desk. It took a couple of seconds, but the contents came up. All the file names were in Spanish, so Jordan started clicking on them. "There's the missing keycard log," he said. "Let's study it later and see what we've got in these other files." He clicked again, and this time elevator footage appeared for the time Jordan and I were at the beach and the murder had taken place. People came and went from the elevator, but then we saw a familiar face. He stepped into the elevator and used a keycard, then rode all the way to the presidential suite. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the elevator with a towel and wiped his arms. "He's trying to clean Melena's blood off his hands," I said, suddenly feeling sick to my stomach. "Oh man," Jordan muttered. When Alex stepped off the elevator, he walked across the lobby, stopping for a second at a potted plant. He then hurried back outside, where I assume he returned to the pool bar. We had Melena's killer. Both of us stared at the screen. Families walked in and out of the lobby, clueless of what had just happened above them. Jordan reached to stop the video. "Wait," I exclaimed. "Keep it going." A man approached the plant and reached inside, then made his way to the elevator. The footage ended. "Click another video," I said. The footage picked up, with the man stepping into the elevator and using the key to ride up to the presidential suite. He glanced up at the camera, and Jordan and I both gasped. "Oh my word," I whispered, bringing my hand to my mouth. "I didn't expect that," Jordan muttered. Chapter 17. The world seemed to tilt sideways. The face on the screen was one we trusted, someone who was supposed to protect us. The betrayal hit like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. How could we have been so blind? How could we have seen him as dependable? His friendly smile, his concern for our safety, his professional demeanor, all of it had been an act. The man who was supposed to find Melena's killer was the one helping to cover it up. I felt like such a fool. "Okay, let's take a deep breath here," Jordan said, rubbing his eyes. "This has to be a mistake." He continued playing the footage. Jordan and I returning from the beach. Caesar hurrying to our room. Us being escorted to our new accommodations. Chavez leaving the suite with the cleaning cart, then exiting on the 4th floor. This isn't a mistake. I pointed to the screen. There's everything in black and white, no other explanation can be given. "You're right," Jordan muttered. "Let's think things through. But first, I'm going to pour some whiskey." He stood and headed for the small bar. "Do you want some?" "Yes, please." Usually I was a wine drinker, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Once we each had our cocktails, Jordan sat down behind the desk again. I leaned against the headboard. "How does this all fit together, Sam?" "Well, we know Chavez was on property when the murder happened," I ventured. "He told us that himself. Something about a robbery." "Whom? The robbery that we never heard a word about. We've been all over this resort. I would think we'd catch someone talking about it in passing. I wonder if it even happened." I shrugged. never having considered that Chavez had been lying about that crime taking place on the property. That's what happened when you trusted authority. In all fairness, we weren't really paying attention to anyone or anything except those we thought had something to do with the murder. Okay, fair enough. Was this planned, or was it a crime of passion? Maybe Milena broke up with Alex, he killed her and Chavez picked up after him? No, it feels too prearranged, I said. Chavez is in the lobby waiting for Alex to come down and drop off the key in the plant. You're right. So it was a planned hit. If Alex is in the cartel, that means Chavez is too. And what Alex said about the people he works for makes me think that he is. All the puzzle pieces seemed to be falling into place. There were just a couple of things to be ironed out. Who left Alex the note in the towel cabana? Was it really Milena, or was there another player in the game? Let me see the business card Chavez left, I said, my hand outstretched. Jordan fished it out of his pocket and handed it to me. Detective Manuel Chavez. I dropped the card on the bed next to me, feeling the need to lie down as I suddenly felt quite dizzy. Did Milena leave the note or did Manuel? I asked. I'm not sure. I guess to discover that answer, we'd have to know exactly what Alex did besides kill Milena. We sat in silence for a long moment, and it became clear that we were way over our heads, and I didn't know who to trust. We can't go to the police, I said. No way. But I am wondering if we should trust Caesar. I furrowed my brow. Why in the world would you do that? After the way he's been watching us? He was following orders from Chavez. Maybe Caesar is Chavez's lapdog. If we go to him with what we know, he'll just go to Chavez. Then we're in more trouble, and we'll probably be dead by morning if not soon after. Jordan nodded and took a sip of his drink, then set down the glass and began to pace. How would Chavez know about the fourth-floor construction? He'd have to have someone on the inside to tell him. Caesar? He'd know. And why hide the cart there? I shrugged and shook my head. If Chavez has been around this property as much as it seems, then maybe he knew about the fourth floor. He could have explored it while working this robbery that we aren't sure actually happened. Jordan chuckled and sipped his whiskey. I do think we need to get Caesar involved, Sam. I don't believe he has anything to do with Alex and Chavez. If we find out he does, then we'll go above management and call corporate. For now, we need help right here, right now. The next morning, we went up to the third floor and discovered Caesar's office locked. My stomach churned with anxiety as we waited. Were we about to make the biggest mistake of our lives? What if Caesar was part of the conspiracy too? What if we were walking into a trap? I kept glancing at the elevators, half expecting Chavez to step out and arrest us. We decided to fetch ourselves a couple of coffees, then return to wait for Caesar. Thankfully, he arrived about 45 minutes later. Sam Jordan, what can I do for you? He asked as he approached us. We were hoping to steal a few minutes of your time, Jordan said. Caesar pulled out his keychain and fumbled through the keys, looking for the right one. Once he found it, he held it up and smiled. Got it on the first try. Obviously, he was unaware of the bomb we were about to drop in his life. I smiled as he opened the door, then turned to us. I actually have a meeting. Jordan shook his head. No, you don't. You'll want to see what we have, Caesar. Trust me. After pushing his glasses up his nose, he furrowed his brow. What you have? I don't understand. You're either going to be the hero or the villain when the information we've obtained gets out, Jordan said. I'm guessing it will mean a big promotion to you if you're part of the solution, I added. Caesar arched an eyebrow. I'm intrigued. Come in and sit. I'll move my meeting by a half hour. We followed him inside, and he picked up the phone as we sat down. Rapid-fire Spanish followed, then he hung up and took a seat behind his desk. Now tell me what is going on. My stomach rolled, and I set my coffee on his desk. In seconds we'd know if we'd made a grave mistake in trusting Caesar, or if he was going to be our lifeline. The silence in the room felt suffocating, and I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Jordan cleared his throat and set the USB on the desk. Before you watch that, there's something I think you should know. Caesar stared at the USB for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Have you heard about the missing video footage from this building at the time of Milena's murder? Don't forget the keycard access logs, I said. Those were missing too. As Caesar sat back in his chair and laced his fingers across his stomach, his face paled. What are you talking about? I took that to mean that no, he had no idea, and that was a good thing for us. You weren't aware those were missing in the security office? Jordan asked again, as if he needed clarification. No. Were you involved in the murder investigation at all? I asked. Caesar shook his head. Just at first. I was tasked to watch you, then Chavez told me not to do so anymore. He said he had the investigation under control, and he felt you would be able to go home in a day or two. Chavez must have thought he had everything all wrapped up. All the evidence had disappeared, and my guess was that he was keeping the footage to blackmail Alex. For what, I wasn't certain, but there was no other reason for him to keep it. Before you take a look at what's on the USB, I'd like you to promise me you won't ask where we got it, Jordan said. Caesar nodded, then reached for the device. As he hooked it up, I took a deep breath as my stomach rolled again. I was going to end up with an ulcer. I studied his face carefully as he looked at the footage. I knew he'd landed on the video of Chavez waiting for Alex in the lobby, or possibly the footage of Chavez pushing the cart out of the suite and into the elevator, when he gasped and whispered a curse. Where did you get this? He asked breathlessly, his face becoming so pale, I wondered if he was about to pass out. Relief flooded through me. His shock seemed genuine, not the reaction of someone who already knew about the corruption. But that relief was quickly replaced by a new fear. If Caesar was innocent, then we really were completely on our own against a corrupt detective and his cartel allies. Like I said before, we can't answer that, Jordan replied. Not yet. Dios mío, Caesar whispered. We sat in silence as he looked over everything. Despite the air conditioner, beads of sweat popped along his brow, and he ran a hand over his bald head. Finally, he sat back in his chair and sighed. What do we do, Caesar? I asked. He held up one hand while removing his glasses with the other, then he shut his eyes. Give me a moment to think, por favor. Please. Silence engulfed the room. I exchanged glances with Jordan, who simply shrugged. After a few minutes, I wondered if Caesar had fallen asleep. This is very bad, he muttered as he met our gazes. Were you confronting Alex about this at the pool the other day? No, I said. We didn't have this information then. Alex is dealing drugs at the pool. We caught him in action. Jordan was trying to blackmail him to give us more information on Milena's death. Caesar nodded. Okay, this is good. Or not so good, depending on how you look at it. We think Alex is cartel, so I think it's very bad, I offered. Caesar nodded. Agreed, but if he doesn't know about the footage, that is a good part. What about that dirty rat Chavez? What does he know? Nothing, Jordan replied. He came to us yesterday and said we were in the clear and we should be able to leave in a day or two. He said nothing about that to me. Caesar shook his head. Your passports are still locked up in the main safe. We'd like to get them back, I said. Preferably soon rather than later. I couldn't leave this beautiful place fast enough. Of course now, who is supposed to take the fall for Milena's death? Caesar asked, then he pointed at his computer screen. It's certainly not these two. Camilla has been getting phone calls saying that she's to confess, I said. A long string of Spanish fell from Caesar's lips, and I'd bet my last dollar he was cursing. There's more, Jordan said, then proceeded to tell him about the cart hidden on the 4th floor. At no time did he mention Jose. We'd promised we'd keep his name out of it, and I was happy to oblige. We need a plan, Caesar said. We're supposed to meet Alex at the beach behind the adult-only pool tomorrow night, I said. Obviously, we aren't going to do so. If he's told Chavez about us pressing him, then he'll most likely be there too. Caesar nodded and stared at his computer screen for a minute. No, you must go. We aren't going to put our lives on the line, I said, shaking my head. We aren't meeting the cartel, who's aware we know something about the murder. Absolutely 100% no. Caesar smiled, then steepled his fingers while resting his elbows on the desk. No, I think you should go meet him. Nothing will happen to you on our property, but they may try to get you into a boat to dispose of you out at sea. I gasped while Jordan grunted and shifted in his chair uncomfortably. The image of being dragged onto a boat flashed through my mind, the dark ocean, the sound of the waves, and no one to hear us scream. My mouth went dry, and I gripped the arms of my chair. All the more reason why we're not going. I practically yelled, my voice cracking with fear. What if I can promise you that you'll be safe? Caesar asked, and something in his voice, a quiet determination, made me look at him more closely. Maybe, just maybe, we weren't as alone as I'd thought. Chapter 18. This is a dumb plan, I grumbled as Jordan and I walked across the property to the adults-only tower. Very dumb, and we're beyond stupid for agreeing to this. I have a feeling everything will be okay, Sam. I sure wish I felt the same. Instead, it was like I was marching myself to my own execution. The beach behind the adult-only pool was eerily quiet at 11 that night. The moon cast silver ribbons across the gentle waves, and the only sounds were the soft crash of water against the rocks and the distant hum of the resort's generators. Under different circumstances, it would have been romantic. Tonight it felt like a stage set for our potential murder, and I understood why Alex had chosen it. Palapas lined the beach, giving cover from the moonlight, and making it impossible to see if someone was standing or sitting under one of them. Large rocks sat on the end of the beach, offering a perfect hiding place for someone with a gun. For all I could see, we could have had dozens of cartel members watching us at that exact moment, and I'd never know it. Every rustle of palm fronds made my heart skip. Every splash of a wave sounded like footsteps. I felt exposed and vulnerable. The beauty of the moonlit beach was lost on me. All I could see were hiding places for our killers. Are you sure Caesar's plan will work? I whispered to Jordan as we made our way across the sand, my heart hammering against my ribs as my stomach rolled. It has to, he replied, but I caught the tremor in his voice. Just remember to keep him talking. The longer we can get them to explain themselves, the better. I can't see anything, I hissed. Where's Alex? Where are the people Caesar called? Sam, please try to relax. Pretend you're on your soap opera. What would Cassie do? She'd walk in with an AK-47 strapped under her evening gown, engage in a little small talk, then rip the hem of her dress up, grab the gun, and end the meeting with maniacal laughter and bloodshed. As with most soap operas, our writers had been a little dramatic. But this wasn't TV. I didn't have an evening gown, and I had no idea on where to get an AK-47, let alone how to work one. I touched the small recording device, which had been sewn into my shorts and looked like a button. According to him, 3 plainclothes police officers from a neighboring jurisdiction, men he trusted completely, were positioned somewhere on the beach. He thought it would be best if we didn't know where. However, as we walked toward the predetermined meeting spot, I felt utterly alone. What if Caesar's plan failed? What if his trusted officers were corrupt too? I don't see anyone, I said, squinting at the dimly moonlit beach. There, Jordan murmured, nodding toward a figure emerging from the shadows behind a palm tree. Alex stood with his hands shoved in his pockets. Even in the moonlight, I could see the tension in his shoulders. You came, he said as we approached, his voice flat. I wasn't sure you would. You said you had information about Milena, Jordan replied, stopping about 10 feet away. About what she found out. Alex laughed, but there was no humor in it. Yeah, she found out plenty. Too much. He pulled his hands from his pockets, and I noticed they were shaking. Do you know what it's like to have someone threaten everything you've worked for? Why don't you tell us? I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to stay put. What did Milena discover? She was always poking around where she didn't belong, Alex said, his voice growing bitter. Following people, asking questions. She figured out I was dealing, but that wasn't enough for her. She wanted to know who I was working for, how deep it went. And when she found out, Jordan pressed. She threatened to go to the police. Said she couldn't stand by and watch the resort get corrupted. Alex spat in the sand. Like she was some kind of saint. She was sleeping with me for information, you know. Pretending to care while she was building a case. I found out she was working with the police. I felt sick. Milena had died trying to do the right thing, trying to clean up corruption, and Alex had murdered her for it. The injustice of it all made rage burn in my throat. So you killed her? I didn't have a choice. Alex's voice cracked. She was going to destroy everything I've built. The money I sent to my mother, my little sister's medical bills, all of it would have been gone. And for what? Because she's so righteous? He shook his head. I know where my loyalty lies. There's always a choice, Jordan said quietly. You chose to murder an innocent woman. Innocent? Alex's laugh was harsh. She was a police rat. She had to die. A new voice cut through the night air, calm and authoritative. Very touching, Alex. Though I think you're revealing a bit more than we discussed. Detective Chavez emerged from behind another palm tree, and my blood turned to ice. He looked nothing like the concerned investigator who had interviewed us in our room. His smile was cold, predatory. Detective, I managed, my mouth suddenly dry. What are you doing here? Cleaning up loose ends, he replied, his hand resting casually on his holstered weapon. Alex was supposed to handle this quietly, but apparently he felt the need to confess his sins. You're working together, Jordan said, and I heard the anger building in his voice. Working together implies an equal partnership, Chavez said. Alex here is more of an employee. Aren't you, Alex? Alex's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I do what I'm told. And what you were told was to eliminate the threat Milena posed to our operation, Chavez continued, his tone conversational as if he were discussing the weather. Unfortunately, you left quite a mess behind. The cart, the evidence in the room, I said, pieces clicking together. You helped him cover it up. I did what was necessary to protect a very lucrative arrangement, Chavez replied. Do you have any idea how much money flows through a resort like this? Drugs, money laundering, protection services, it's a goldmine. And Milena threatened all of it with her misguided sense of justice. So you framed Camilla, Jordan said. She practically did the job for me, by leaving her cart in the suite. The angry housekeeper who'd been fighting with the victim? It seemed like a natural conclusion for the investigation to reach. Chavez shrugged. She would have confessed eventually. Threats to family members are usually quite persuasive. I was going to kill her sister first, just to get the message across. Rage flared in my chest. The casual way he talked about murdering Camilla's sister made bile rise in my throat. This wasn't just corruption, this was pure evil wearing a badge. You were going to kill an innocent woman and let another go to prison for murder. Collateral damage, Chavez said dismissively. Though I admit you two proved more persistent than expected. When Alex told me about your little conversation at the pool, I realized we had a problem. We know about the footage, I said, hoping to draw more information out of him. We know you helped dispose of the evidence. Chavez's eyes sharpened. What footage? I saw Alex's confused look and realized he didn't know about the hidden USB. The security recordings, Jordan said carefully. From the day of the murder. You hid them in Camilla's cart that you stashed on the 4th floor. I assume you kept it to blackmail Alex. I haven't figured out why you stashed Camilla's cart though. Maybe you were worked about Alex leaving fingerprints or something. Care to share that piece of the puzzle? Chavez's face settled into a neutral expression, and he remained quiet. Even if your dumb theory was true, you'll never live to share it with anyone. You're going to kill us right here on the beach? I asked, surprised by the steadiness in my own voice when inside I was screaming. I didn't want to die on this beautiful beach. The realization that I could be on my last minutes or seconds of life hit me like a physical blow. Tragic accident, Chavez said, shrugging. 2 tourists who went for a romantic midnight swim and got caught in a riptide. These things happen. What had happened to us being taken out by a boat to meet our deaths? And how was Chavez going to drown both of us at once? I glanced over at Alex. He cracked his knuckles, as if he were ready to get started with the murders. For a moment, everything hung in balance. The waves crashed against the shore, the moon continued its path across the sky, and 4 people stood on a beach deciding matters of life and death. Chavez drew his weapon and pointed it at us. "Let's go," he ordered. "Down to the water." I tried to swallow past my fear as my knees shook. I worried they may give out. "We're not going anywhere," Jordan said. "I can shoot you now and claim you got mixed up with the wrong person." Mainly Alex. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement on the rocks. 3 men scrambled down, their guns drawn. "Policia, al suelo." "Sam, get down," Jordan shouted as he shoved me to the sand. I turned to see him rushing Chavez, who fired once, the shot wide. Jordan tackled him to the ground as one of the policemen pounced onto both of them, while the other 2 chased after Alex. Gunshots erupted again, and I curled into the fetal position, attempting to make myself as small as possible. Instead of screaming, I bit my lip until I tasted blood. Seconds passed, which seemed like hours, then all was quiet. I slowly opened my eyes and glanced around to find Jordan walking toward me. "Are you okay?" he asked, kneeling beside me. I nodded. Chavez lay face down in the sand with his hands cuffed behind his back, cursing in rapid Spanish. Alex sat nearby, blood trickling from his nose, his own hands secured. Caesar appeared, slightly out of breath from scrambling from the hotel to the beach. "Are you hurt?" he asked, rushing over to us. I found I couldn't speak as I tried to stand. My legs felt shaky and weak. Tears I hadn't realized I was holding back began streaming down my face. "We're okay," Jordan managed, kneeling beside me. "Did the recorder work?" Caesar nodded. "I was with the officer who did the recording. He got every word." The police walked Chavez over our way, his face twisted with rage and hatred. "You have no idea what you've done. The people I work for don't forget. They don't forgive." "Then you'd better hope the prison you're going to has good security," Caesar said coldly. "Because you're going to be there for the rest of your life." As the officers led Chavez and Alex away, I felt Jordan's arm around my shoulders. "It's over," he said softly. "It's really over. There aren't many people who can say they took on the cartel and won," I said. "But let's make a point that this isn't a habit, okay?" Jordan chuckled and kissed my nose. "Yes, ma'am. No more cartel." "How would you have been aware that someone deleted the footage?" Pursing my lips, I tried to hide my smile. Jordan had been caught in a lie. "I'll tell you what," Jordan said, chuckling. "I'll talk to him and see if he wants to remain anonymous." "Fair enough. I think it would be great to recommend him for a promotion to assistant security manager, which would also mean a pay raise. Pass that along, por favor." Jordan nodded. "Will do." "Now, as for our little troublemaker Camilla," Caesar continued. "Upon a meeting this morning with some other managers, we're going to promote her to Milena's old job." "She'll be happy to hear that," I said. "Yes, but she'll have to promise not to get physical with anyone," Caesar said, his smile fading. "She'll be on a probationary period to make sure she can control that feisty temper of hers." "That's great," I said, truly happy for her. "Okay then. Let's get you off to the airport." As we walked out of the hotel together, I sighed, disappointed our vacation had been ruined in such a spectacular fashion, but also relieved we'd been able to solve the murder. We wouldn't be returning to Mexico anytime soon, which deeply saddened me, as I did love the beaches, the food, the culture, and the people. Our next vacation, we were definitely staying away from beaches, palomas, and cartels. Dear reader, to find out when the next Deadly Destinations releases, please join my mail list here.